Thesis. Yeah, test. You okay?
And the first one,
Well, first presentation.
Oh, you made it, yeah. But what else was you on Yeah.
So Pietri.
let's try to we are a bit drifting away. There you go. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to Wisła University Faculty of Architecture, Design Master Student Thesis Defense Presentations. I personally welcome our students, faculty, supervisors, reviewers, parents, and those that have endured and supported this effort, and also greet those that are listening online. We have spent 2 wonderful days enjoying our bachelor student thesis presentations, and happy to say that the commission was pleased by the quality of the work with some very exceptional projects as well. I will now again introduce and thank our distinguished jury who has participated these last few days and will continue with their reviews today of your work. Linda Leitana, committee chair and former LUS chairwoman. Ole Vig, our honorary vice chair. I'm honored to say Harvard GSD graduate and partner of NSW Architects. Anders Kronbergs, committee member and vice chair and principal partner at Archis. Gunther Griekmanen, committee member and senior architect at Sarmen Norda Architects. And our special guest who has joined our jury. We've been meeting as this jury for many years, and we have the wonderful privilege to have Helvi Savitskis join us as committee member, architect, and teacher who has taught many years at the Innsbruck Institute of Experimental Architecture in Vienna. And of course, Anna Zena, committee secretary and faculty administrative assistant, which we could not get all this done without her being directly involved with the whole processes the last few days. The students have researched a vast array of topics and locations and have proposed creative solutions, and we are looking forward to see and evaluate their work. Today we have 10 students presenting. The schedule has allotted 30 minutes for each student. The committee secretary shall announce each student before their presentation. And then we have the following protocol. You'll have 8 minutes to do your presentation. Students will receive a signal at 7 minutes to complete presentations within 1 to 2 minutes. We don't want to cut you off abruptly, okay? Reviewer comments and questions shall be read by the committee's secretary, followed by 15 minutes of jury comments, which we will also give a signal so that we can stay on time. So really appreciate everybody coming out today, and thank you for your attention. We will now proceed with the first presentations. Thank you.
So let's begin with our first presenter, Christine Zana-Chible. And to mention her scientific supervisor, it's Efe Duyan, PhD in architecture. So you may begin.
Yeah, hello, my name is Christina, and this is my master thesis with A part titled The Role of Natural Light in Shaping Spaces and Occupants' Well-Being, and B part, The Wellness Resort in Sigulda with Natural Light as the focal point. When starting the research, two main kind of research aims were established to kind of guide the research process. First one being more theoretical, of analyzing ways how to incorporate natural light into spaces, considering not only the measurable metrics and standards, but more so the ways how humans perceive light and what are the factors that influence that. And the second one being more practical, of understanding methods of and searching methods of utilizing natural light as an architectural tool to either enhance the function of the space or the atmosphere of the space. In the research, were made some case studies, analyzed some case studies, firstly looking at three architects, Peter Zumthor, Stephen Hall, and Renzo Piano, and their main ideas and ideologies behind why they are using natural light as like a key element in their works and how they are doing that. And after that, I separated them in three categories that I felt could fit most of the works that I looked at, they being light and shadow play, distributed or diffuse lighting, and channels of light through mass. And later on also looked at other architects who had works that I felt were appropriate for these categories. And kind of a conclusion, moving from A part to B, was that it's definitely not an easy task to create thoughtfully designed daylighting systems, considering these factors that each of us are different. We have so many factors that influence our perception of light, like our age, gender, some illnesses we have, cultural background, and so many other factors. So I came to kind of three methods that I felt like they took this into account. First one being creating tailored lighting experience for the primary residents of the space, which would be more suitable for private houses, like single-family houses, and that would be done by understanding the people's habits and the likes and dislikes of natural light, how they perceive it, what they enjoy, and truly tailoring the space for them. The second one is more general, maybe, creating adjustable lighting conditions, so the person coming into the space can maybe adjust the light themselves, or the light can be manipulated throughout the year or throughout the day to creating more comfortable lighting conditions. And third one being light exploration, which is the method that I chose in my project, providing multiple lighting solutions into one space so the person can just choose the space they feel the most comfortable in. And I took this exploration idea and applied it to most of my project's overall development, parts development. And project itself is located in Sigulda, in this beautiful area by the river. And however, the space is also really close to the city, a walkable distance. And as Sigulda is also known for their beautiful walking trails, caves, palaces, viewing points, and other things to explore, I felt like this was a perfect area for this function. Moving closer into the actual site, it's located on a hillside on this naturally created I would call it a platform in a way, as it is definitely much more level than the rest of the site around it. The space looks towards the river and has a naturally already existent like meadow surrounding the trees, so I'm not cutting any of the trees down. And the infrastructure itself promotes exploration throughout the space, from the fireplace to the yoga platform and all around it, but also encourages people to leave the premises and explore the waterfront or the rest of the city. Building's functions, as it is a relaxation resort, are mostly quite peaceful. However, they're gradually sorted to kind of follow from more peaceful to more a bit active areas. Here we can see on the first floor having the spa facilities on the left side, then moving to the gym and library, and then to the restaurant, which is the most active area of the place. And second floor is also a bit more peaceful, having the yoga studio, meditation area, and a bit separated the hotel part of the space. As daylighting is the main concept of this project, daylighting exploration in a way starts even before entering the space, as this sloped window is showcasing you all the skylights you're about to enter into an experience, acting in a way as a lighting map. Lighting solutions gained from the skylights are categorized in the same three categories that case studies were put into. Firstly, the light and shadow play, creating more playful dynamics. Then distributed light using things like panels, fabric panels, or more opaque glass or other materials to diffuse the light throughout the space. And channels of light through mass, creating more dramatic lighting conditions. And the building's visual concepts main aim is based on trying to gain as much and distributed light throughout the day and throughout the year as possible. That's why the roof is sloped, having these skylights looking towards the south a bit. And also most of the side openings, like side windows, are open towards the northwest, not only getting more diffused light in and not the direct sun rays to avoid some glare into the space, into the building. And the roof of the building also acts as in a way of creating suspense while you're walking further into the site, and opens the building up towards the nature. And building's volumes have this fluid form, mimicking the river that it looks towards too. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Christina. I'll now proceed with your reviewer's Aigar Skuršķis evaluation. He has stated some positive qualities of the A part. Theses are very rich in ideas, represented and observed, and different examples provided, as well as strong theoretical background, not only from the technical architectural point of view, but also from psychological, health aspects, and ecologic themes, which shows a comprehensive approach to the study theme. And some disadvantages and imperfections stated. Only something about figure 17 is missing in the A part. And the positive qualities in the B part, your practical part is stated. So, where is it? A very clear, short, but not too laconic descriptive part of architectural ideas, chosen solutions on boards, fluent English language with good use of right terminology, well-organized and designed planning and organization of functions and flows within the resort building with clear distinction between spaces for short-term visitors and resort users. Some successful natural light design proposals for resort function, especially in spa part of the resort building with promising light scenery in large pool areas as well as in lobby and staircase area. and some disadvantages and imperfections. Not represented all architectural proposals and solutions, especially sections of or full cross sections, which would allow easier understand and correctly analyze spatial structure of the building. And site planning proposals are very general without details of planning and territorial improvements, as well as any measurements. Representation of the colors of different land surface covers in legend are difficult to read. And questions from your reviewer, Igers. The first question again. So, in final part of your thesis, the well-known Latvian origin architect Gunārs Birkerts was mentioned with one example of school building. His heritage of creative and functional use of natural light in many of these designs is very important. Can you tell what feature of chosen example was important to include in this project in range of analyzed objects? Did you study more of Birkert's light design heritage, and can you mention any other local Latvian architect or architectural object which could be used as an example or of the ideas or approaches you studied and analyzed in your theoretical thesis work?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with the example that was mentioned by the reviewer, which is this Lincoln Elementary School. Yeah, I chose to analyze this example because I found it really interesting, the way how you can't really see the skylight that the light is coming from, but the light is used to gain illumination both in the hallway here, but also it penetrates through the openings and illuminates the space underneath. Well, it was a really interesting way of guiding the light where you need it. And as other Birkert's projects, I'm sure first that comes to, I feel, every Latvian's mind is the National Library with the atrium opening in the middle. But there were also other, of course, Camper Contemporary Art Museum, I think, also provides some interesting ways of directing light where you need it and reflecting it in some ways. And by the other Latvian architects, the firm OAD, I feel like, has done some interesting projects in the last few years. Like there was a private house with this large opening above the kitchen, kind of this void type of opening, creating a really interesting focal point of the house. And yeah, the Zia Delays also that they did had these bathhouses playing with light and shadow, and also having this opening above the bathhouse.
Okay, thank you. Another question. This is from the B part. Can the student explain the idea of creating very specific proportions or dimensions, especially of the height of several rooms, regarding the feeling their users will be experiencing small rooms with very high ceilings, especially where there is a transition from a one-story part to a two-story part of the building? Some specific rooms, such as yoga hall, bathrooms, or for hotel rooms on the first floor, kitchen, showers by the pools on the ground floor, 5-meter high massage rooms, also meditation rooms. There are some stairs inside, etc.
Yeah, I agree that I could have probably made some more sections throughout the building to better showcase the volumes. But yeah, there are areas like the locker rooms that I have that definitely have ceilings that are way too high for their function, which would have to be managed in some way. However, for the spaces like yoga hall, I feel like it's just a plus to have high ceilings and having this light open space. And hotel room bathrooms, as there are not that many hotel rooms, I was trying to make them feel more luxurious in a way, so that people actually want to go there and stay there. So yeah, this light volume throughout the bathroom made it kind of as a interesting point of the hotel rooms. And yeah, kitchens and other places, I put them in the lowest part of the building, which is, yeah, I agree, still a bit high. And for the meditation rooms, stairs, I didn't make a section through them. But yeah, there are stairs going a bit up, separating the hallway from the meditation room, so the person there feels more like spiritually maybe elevated and also physically elevated, and also in a way diminishing the problem of the high ceilings.
Okay, let's move forward with the jury committee questions and comments.
Thank you for project. Since you're the first one, I wanted just to comment that I'm not quite sure about how you have modeled the skylights and daylights. Probably you could tell more. The graphics are pretty cool, and I do imagine how you created them, photoshopped, or maybe any other instruments you used.
No, for the actual sections, yeah, mostly Photoshop, but looked at the ways that they, the light would fall. However, it's really hard to showcase light in a space. That's why I chose this way of showing, maybe a bit exaggerating the light. Otherwise, it's hard to understand.
Well, why I'm asking, because now we have different tools how we can model the light which is coming inside from different times, and we can model everything starting from summer until winter, and also those shafts. And maybe you can also explain, since the subject is in a really scenic place in Sigulda, you have chosen not to expose, for example, that pools to direct daylight. I have my personal experience while I'm swimming in the pool, and I can see everything which is all around, like a panoramic view, for example, when the storm is outside of the window, and you can experience that in a really cool place while you're swimming. Now I see that there's, for example, just a top light, and that's it. So maybe you can explain more why you have chosen such kind of specific elements for those particular places. Why, for example, for the pool is upper light, for yoga there's something different. What is the idea behind this?
Yeah, for the the idea is to create like different types of lighting conditions so the person can explore. There is the pool that maybe go to there. Pool that looks has this large opening framing the view of the
Yeah, kind of jacuzzi thing.
So yeah, and then there is the pool that has these more dramatic lights coming from above, and the actual like swimming pool. I feel like people, when they're like fully like swimming for sport, they don't enjoy the view as much. That's why I put it maybe in this part, providing diffused light, so it doesn't kind of mess with your perception of space while you are swimming. Yeah, for the yoga area, I put the skylight more as a way of, as this is the room where you would probably spend the most time on the floor. It felt like a good way to connect you to the nature and have this view of the sky also as the view outside of the window.
And the last question is, have you thought about some kind of specific materials you're using, which could, I don't know, for example, reflect the daylight or somehow enhance the experience, or any local materials which could be used for different atmospheres?
Especially for the skylights? Or just in general?
In general, and also for skylights.
Yeah, the skylights have this aluminium covering that also in a way reflects light into it and protects it from the weather conditions. And the roof is meant to be like a thatched roof. I'm not sure if I'm saying it well, but like, yeah, providing this more natural feel and kind of, yeah, bringing it back to like Latvian heritage, you know, in a bit. Otherwise, yeah, sure, some reflective, like also for the spaces with diffused light, there are some that have this opaque glass that not reflects light but diffuses the light in a way. So yeah, those materials. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your project. I think it holds spectacular qualities of light studies and implementing them in your design. and the renders really shows that. Nevertheless, in our regional degrees where we're located, it is impossible to deal without artificial light sources. And in this regard, in some parts of building, the middle part of the building, you could not live without some artificial light sources. And oftentimes in spa and wellness centers, light is used also for well-being as a light therapy and UV light, and that have been used already for decades. My question would be, what would be your solutions or proposal for implementing these artificial light sources in your project?
Yeah, I agree, of course, as this is a space with a hotel and a space that works 24 hours a day, you can't live without any artificial light. So yeah, implementing artificial light in what ways? Special, like, I mean, yeah, I would probably also add some artificial parts for the spa area, for the openings that provide this more intriguing part of the spa underneath the volumes. So when it's darker, you also get this effect.
Mm-hmm. I would recommend to look at Bartenbach Lichtakademie. This is one of greatest European researchers on light who have founded, I think in Europe, the only light academy.
Okay, thank you.
I also enjoy your project very much. Now, starting on the outside, because you took one natural light, obviously has an effect on the inside, but I'm just looking at like the second top left, that shows a kind of a curved architectural solution. Now, the choice of the curves on the facade, has that got anything to do with the lighting? To amplify or not amplify lighting?
To be honest, at first it wasn't definitely like related to light. It was more, yeah, as I said, with the flow of the river and also the function of the spa. I felt like asked for some more fluid and natural forms, not that many like strict lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, it also in a way, some places kind of amplify the space, reflecting the light.
Yeah. Well, talking about spas, one of your references was Termewald's designed by Peter Zumthor. Do you know that? Have you been there?
No,
No?
unfortunately not.
Well, I've been there, and it's very interesting from a lighting point of view, because it's not just all naturally lit. Mm-hmm. It's kind of sequences, you know, move from dark to light, and how the light helps to amplify the main architectural features.
Yeah.
This has always been an inspiration for you too, I realize.
Yeah.
But another thing that Peter Zumthor doing that building is using nearly all slate material. And you experience very different depending where you are relating to the lighting. Now, Linda also touched upon the question of materials. How would your choice in materials and maybe even color have something to do with the lighting?
Yeah, I haven't really integrated any color into this space, which is also an interesting way to change the atmosphere of the area, I agree. But yeah, for now, not really thought of that much of how to, the material is used, yeah. To
Well, as it was pointed out also by Helvis, this part of the world also has some days we don't have enough natural light, you have to amplify. Would you then introduce the artificial light to amplify the, if you like, the lit condition as you would normally get through natural light? Would you put in artificial light to maintain or retain the same lighting condition?
Yeah.
That's part of your idea.
Yeah, as I said, for the spas, definitely to kind of keep the same effect, I would add this artificial light for the days that there is basically no light. But yeah, probably some also like reflective materials inside of the voids created by the where the light enters to reflect the light more into the space.
Okay. And final question. You mentioned the question of the glare. Now, sometimes you get too much light, I mean, it's even sunlight. Have you experimented in how to kind of, if you like, control too much daylight into your building? You know, using blinds or whatever, you know, cloth, you know, have you been into that as well?
Yeah, sure. I looked into, as I said in the conclusions part, kind of there is this option to just create the lighting conditions that you can control, and there are so many ways how to control light with like light shelves and levers and blinds. But yeah, for this project I chose this kind of idea to follow with bringing most of the light through the roof, and from the windows just getting more of this distributed light and avoiding the glare in general.
Thank you very much for a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a project. It's very interesting what you've done, because it's not traditionally in our climate, and you put a wall without windows to the south side. Yeah, it's a controversial solution, because normally we're doing in opposite way. Yeah. We open houses to the sun side or the west, and we more close to the north. And you made here something like an artist studio, which the light is very stable on the north side, always the same light, and you put your all main functions to the north. That's very interesting. And I understand the roof is one element with this hole, with these openings, which is playing the game, what you're talking about, game of light, in different ways. In one hand, it's okay, but on the other hand, I want to ask you how this architecture, let's say, lies in the environment where you put it. It's in my mind, it's a little bit blocking nature with this wall, long wall. When you come to the building, this is something like a barrier to the nature, or it is probably idea. Can you explain that? And the other side is more like a spatial. And what happens around the building? How you use the space around the building? How you use this nice nature? You have any idea about that? Thank you.
Yeah, for the fact that it in a way blocks the building. Yeah, the roof slope is kind of thought of guiding you towards the view, just asking you to go around the building or go through the building, and also have this connection through the middle to exit the building, as sunlight is more efficient for people when you're experiencing it outside. So yeah, kind of asking people maybe go around or go through the building and go outside. But yeah, the surroundings of the building, as I said before, I'm really encouraging people to maybe exit the space, even though this is a beautiful area to explore. Also I have this yoga platform where people can enjoy themselves and do yoga, and this better weathers, and this fire pit area where people could gather and just walk around and enjoy the space. But however, I feel like the surroundings have so many good things to offer, both if they want to do some more active things like sports. The sports center is not that far away, so I didn't feel like I needed to make some extra to kind of damage this area, as this is the area without the trees, and I didn't want to cut any more trees down.
Yes, of course. Thank you. But anyway, you draw some small pathways around, and the pathways have a special shape, probably on this left side, this sharp shape. Means something. What it means? Why it is so sharp? It's something special here in some object.
Areas, having this kind of tree more, displaying it more maybe in a way, walking around it, and the paths are like promoting more leisurely walks, so they're not just straight, so you kind of have to slow down and really enjoy the view around you.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of some-
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you for very clearly understandable work. Good presentation and good answers for questions. Actually, all my questions are already asked, and I can just form them as a comments, because for me also is not very clear this trapeze form of the main form makes like trapeze, and I don't see any reason for why not to make just a square or something like that. But well, you said it's more interesting. And yes, the first question was about the first picture on your board, which I could say it's not very welcoming at all. And when I checked the directions of the orientation of the building, I was really surprised that you are not using anything from the light what is in a southern part, and also eastern and western parts, and only northern part, which is also very good. You are really widely using that. And one more comment, maybe you can check deeper about light and men's health. One is well-being, but the health, I guess, for the light as a tool for health is even more necessary, and there are a lot of theories about that, and so you can implement also in your project this. So yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kristina. As you were presenting the project, I just have a few comments here. I think when you are, there's always a challenge between how do I bring in light versus capturing the best view. So I completely understand that the building being oriented towards the northwest is for the purpose of the view of the river valley. And then the question comes in, how do I get my best light in if I make that decision? So I think using the roof plane with these light scoops to bring light into the building in section makes sense. The only thing I would celebrate those and work with this in section in a way where those architectural sectional elements come out of that roof in a way that you are expressing them more, if they're physically coming out, so that you see. Because when I look on the renderings from the south side, if I saw these volumes coming out in more expressive ways, then I would realize architecturally you have these like lighting scoops that are penetrating the building. And then also you said that you didn't use color, but or didn't think about the materials. I mean, you deliberately used a reflective surface on the roof, right, of ceiling of the swimming pool area.
Sure.
So I think that is good, and I also think that can you go to your slides that show the sections more closely? Because when you are celebrating light and you are presenting them, you should, these are much larger and much bigger and allow us to see what you're trying to do. So I think some of the ideas that you have here of having these scoops and then using these trellises to diffuse and reflect the light in different ways within the space is good, but I would be even more bold about this and more look at this even more in section, you know. And then these, what's the material on these cubes that are coming down as light scoops?
Yeah, this is just like a wood, forgot the type of wood.
This is a wood surface, wood
Yeah,
finish.
but inside would have this more reflective material to
Okay.
actually bring the light
Okay,
more.
right, yeah. Okay, good. And then, let's see, what else did I wanted to say here? Yeah, also when you were talking about some of the other architects on using the buildings, when you are presenting that, it's really important then to pull out the key, their sections, because all of these guys are always, they're thinking about sections the same way they think about plans.
Yeah.
And so then you should show those sections with the same deliberate purpose of, so that we can see, particularly in the elementary school that you show
I have
Birgit's.
it in my work. I
Yeah,
didn't just put
yeah,
it here, but
yeah.
it's in the
Good,
thesis.
good, okay, good that you have that, because those sections are really quite amazing. So thank you for your project, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I'll ask next presenter to come up and prepare for his presentation, Andrejs Kopils.
Lūdzu?
Brīdināsiet, ka tas ir specializācija.
Un viņa pat pateiks.
Es domāju, ka Annai tas ir jāpasaka.
Nē, es varu pateikt.
Jā.
Kurš domā, kas ir nākošais? Ok. Bet es domāju, ļoti svarīgi, ka viņi...
Tas ir jāpasaka.
Jā. Jā, jautājums, kas to pasaka?
Jā, Anna.
With specialization in landscape and urbanism.
Kas tā?
With specialization in landscape and urbanism.
Jā, jā.
And urbanism.
Jā.
Okay. Study program. Ciao.
Just to mention Helena's birthday. Helena's birthday.
Today. Oh, excellent. Yes. Uzmanīgi. Jā. Jā, ar viņai jānes.
Let's welcome our next presenter, Andrejs Kopils, and to mention his scientific supervisors, Efe Dujan, PhD in architecture, and Rudolf Dainis Schmitz, master in theology and bachelor in architecture. So, please, may I begin your presentation?
Hello, I will use the video instead of slides, if you are not against. Since I don't have a slide number or page number, if you will want to go back in presentation, there will be a timestamp so we can trace back. Okay, start. No objection about this video? I have a slides in case.
Do you want to hit the light or keep the light?
Maybe I
switch right
switch
here.
it off.
That makes no sense, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
we can't, those are permanent,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So nice to meet you, nice to see you. My name is Andres. I'm happy to present you the thesis. The research is called the Freedom of Form, where I explore the digital innovation in design and fabrication, as well as doing the 3D printing experiment, the feasibility study. And the part B, the design is title is Thesis. This is the visionary concept. Yes, headquarters for a company, startup company, who is implementing the robots in architecture. So this is their research campus, yes, or showroom or show building. The project itself is conceptual exploration. What would happen if we take all of these innovations and technologies that now sitting inside the lab, when the technology readiness level is high enough to go outside the lab, what kind of new design language, new kind of architectural language can be presented with such tools? I'm exploring the cooperation between robots, human to human, and robots to robot. For centuries, we've been looking at human scale as essential in design, but maybe it's time to look at the robotic dimension as well. We implement the same criteria, the idea of conveyor both for robots and the humans. So I'm exploring, can we make the space like more customized for exact activity, for maybe more integrated for the communication of humans while working with the robots. So this is part of my long-term research. I'm a bachelor student, I'm optimist. I hope to have my robotics bachelor's degree in May. And I also work as a research an engineer in 3D printing lab, where I find this great opportunity to see and do an interdisciplinary study to test what can be printed, what kind of architectural elements can we print. It's also included in the research. In the technical part of the research, I'm exploring the digital tools, how the form can be generated, the computational design, growth algorithm, form generation, which are heavily inspired by the natural system, which leads us to a philosophical part of a discussion. Self-organization, natural self-organization. Can we study from this tool? Can we simulate them? Can we take them into our design software? Can we apply this order principle in space making? Can we simulate them to build some kind of a relation between the space? The location is in Spilve, northern part of Riga. This is the next industrial zone of Riga. The Spilve is the biggest addition of industrial zone from the city port of Riga, free port of Riga. Thank you so much. So this is where the industry will go to grow. The plot itself is squeezed between the Spilve airport and the Riga in the Daugava. 3 hectares. The spaces are made for research, while the humans are working with the robots, doing prototyping, programming, testing, and calibrating robots. The program is specifically separated in groups on type of cooperation between robots and humans. For design making of space making, I use 2 principles: the adjacency and spatial semiotics. So let's look at the adjacency. When the space is defined, the program is defined. We also define the connection rules, and I feed it into algorithm, so I can build an infinite number of combinations for the floor planning. So I use the space syntax analysis to simulate how the people will actually move in such space, how they will use it. I can even measure the area of most integrated space, and I can test this iteration on site to see which ones are the best. So once the most integrated space, most optimal, is chosen, I remove the walls as as a symbol of liberating the plan and the space. So for the next step, I'm looking to create this kind of hyper customized space. This is a prototyping lab. Yes, this is where the robots is actually building something. So in order to look at this, how we will cooperate, I take an idea, inspirational idea, this comes also a name, that the form and its meaning, they go in unity. Yes, we cannot separate the meaning of the form. And this leads us to a what is called semiotics, parametric semiology, which looks at architecture as a complex communication system of interaction, introducing the idea of the field, where the field entities are communicating one to each other, and such communication is offering the final form. I introduced the scales to encode the space qualities, to give them a values, to give them a number, so I can apply them in the software. The first entity is the point charge, the negative and the positive, which creates the force field line. The second one is a spin force. It's used to integrate the surrounding space. And also the vector force for more radical intervention into self-organizing systems. So those are my basic language, how to communicate with the field, to apply it on the space we are creating for more integration. Also, I'm using the field entities are controlled by its position and by the value that we define in the scales. So it creates the special relationship between each other. Also using grid distortion, so I can evaluate what kind of forces are from out of the plot, what is from affecting the plot, the system from the outside. So these are the critical points of the spaces. Say workplace. This one is a so-called flexible hub. This is the central part of the building, which is offering this, the connection for the people from different departments, so they can meet there, they can work. It's so-called sandbox, a playground. So the structural logic for the building is 3D printed columns with an optimized shape, which roof is self-supporting shell structure. So topology optimization is used for weight reduction, which is offering this new kind of design language, which looks like quite natural. And these columns are supporting this shell roof, which gives the building a character, but also is used as a test ground, as a playground for construction robots, it's a big testing lab to play around and see what's coming next. The outside lab is used for prototypes. So since the biggest problem is certification and legislation, we need actually to pull some kind of structure outside under the load and look for a long time. Will it stay as it is? So also the building offers the public functions such as auditorium hall and exhibition hall. The prototyping lab is partly available for the public, and my favorite is ship spotting meditation room. So for the entry, this is the visitors can enjoy different type of prototypes from the projects, so kind of exhibition. Auditorium is public space, you use it for the event, lectures, for meeting, or any other kind of public activities, which is offer this view into the river Daugava, and also the building itself is used as a big demo room, yes, to show off the company's ambition to transform the construction industry. This is the research lab, which has a connection to a river, outdoor leisure activities, and so yeah, I explored this new architecture language. It was a big experiment. I trusted the process to see what the outcomes will be, and yeah, so this what I found out, that this also offers this blending with the surroundings, these reflective panels, solar panels facing south, is give the building a character, different time of the day. So thank you for your attention, and I would highly appreciate your comments, feedback, criticism, discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I ask the reviewers questions, I will ask the presenters to speak in the microphone, and also if you answer those questions when you go to the boards, take your microphone with you so the persons in internet watching can hear you. So moving forward with the reviewers, your reviewer was Ilse Pakalone, doctor in architecture, so she has evaluated your work positively. and mention positive qualities are: the author has chosen the theme that is relevant to the larger interdisciplinary discussion, as well as conducted the practical design experiments, which understanding the experimental status of the work, which will always provoke questions. Perhaps the thesis might become one of the seeds that lead to innovations of the digital design and production in the faculty. And disadvantages of the thesis: the author could have described more the process and results as connections from his own practical experiments. So, and moving forward with her questions, the first question is, please explain in more detail how the program as well as the design principles were carried out in relation to the special features of the digital design and manufacturing.
It's a tough one to, to answer. I need to look at my notes, okay? So, maybe in order to simplify all the mess that is happening here, simple words, I wanted to explore how can I manage the complexity. How can I manage the complexity of interactions of different programs, different activities inside the building, and what tools can help me to keep this complexity of relationship under control during the design process, and also to represent it in the final form. Utilizing all the algorithmic design and tools that I was introducing.
Okay, maybe this will be an easier question for you. Please explain the results, problems, or other observations that stem out from your experiments.
I'm a robotics student, and also I work as a research engineer in 3D printing lab. I program robot and I actually print stuff. So for the research and diploma, I was trying to put my hat of architect on and leave the researcher hat off, because the technology itself is quite complex, and basically I work from scratch, from printing a simple layer onto complex form, and the result of experiment, they are very technical in terms for an architect to talk about the materials, the temperatures, the layer heights, but maybe in order to simplify, because the architects, they should understand the fabrication logic. Yes, we know the architect should know the concrete, how we place wood. Maybe it's time for architect to learn a little bit about additional manufacturing. So in order to produce the shape like this, how would you approach it? It's basically a contour, a tube of a regular shape, which is disconnecting these joints and joints again. Well, the problem I'm solving is to disjoint the tube. How would you approach it? The first is how would you print at angle? So I started simple, the overhang. The overhang is technical parameter where you print one layer, you ship the other one with the side, and it makes this kind of slope. And you can print the tube of variable radius. So what I found is there is a lot of work to be done. It's quite interesting, but also complex task. For the during some of the other projects, we find out that the beneficial advantage. The problem is that you cannot go to Buchhalter and say I'm gonna print this. Yes, you have to go through a lot of steps. And our friends for architect doing something like this is an engineer who is going to approve the structure, who is going to certify it. And when we've been doing the REACH competition, this Zunda, there was a requirement for the team to have a REACH engineer on the team. So I had a nice time when some of the engineers, they said, well, they cannot approach this. This is uncalculatable. This is fall outside of the scope of my competence. what we find is two possible solutions. The first one is open-minded engineer who is focused on innovation. He was intrigued by the technology which is, by the way, which is borrowed from aerospace. You can actually print different thickness of the wall. So in regular structure, you use a catalog on standard parts. They all have a thickness. So you need a strong structure, you make a thick part. You need a lightweight, you make a thin. With this structure, the thickness can be variable. You can control it. And this is what attracted the engineers a lot. And this comes from the rocket printing, space rocket printing. The second solution was if we leave the column hollow and if we fill it with the concrete, we can apply same calculation principles. So when there is this thing which was interesting, and what also I find during the experiments that this technology has a great potential. Not only in producing fancy forms or showing off. For example, in reconstructions, where you have a protected building, protected structure, you cannot demolish them, and you can actually build the custom frames for support. So this is what we are investigating now to also to use this the technology in reconstruction. Thank you. I hope I answered it.
Let's move on with that. So it is only reviewers question.
Thank you, Andres, for a beautiful movie. I do enjoy some kind of sci-fi films and also those murmurations, and your intention to somehow capture that fluid state of mind and those experiments and trying to get them into architectural forms, which is thumbs up from my side. But still, nevertheless, you're trying to defend your thesis as an architect, and therefore my questions will mainly be regarding this. For example, if we imagine a day in the life of, you said human, who's working there, and maybe you can explain how that human is entering the building, how he's spending the day among other non-humans. Well, he has some kind of needs. For example, he would like to have a coffee, maybe use, I don't know, wash his hands or whatever. So maybe in the plan you could elaborate more on this, because I'm not sure that I understand it clearly. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is a good point. The building looks unusable, or maybe I didn't show the toilets and coffee machine. Actually, I wanted to put the coffee machine, but it didn't like it. It looked nice. So. There is a course which are like in different parts of the building. The course of 3 meter height, they are not shown explicitly. I left them flexible. I didn't put the location of the toilet, but I just make sure I have enough space to cover all of the users' needs. So the one is on the public, the one is on the mixed, and I reserve some space in the research lab. But some of the details were left behind. I totally agree, since this was not the main goal that I was looking to achieve.
Yes, I do understand that playing with forms is pretty nice. And therefore, my final comment would be, how can you imagine this fluidity you're talking about, those printing things, those 3D machines, etc. You're talking about all the time evolving things, but what you're presenting is a real architecture which is definite, which is solid. there's nothing which is evolving. Therefore, I was really fond of those birds and murmurations and your exploration of ever-evolving plants, etc. But now, when we see in the panels and in the form, it just stopped. So it's like I'm not trying to use that thing where we say that architecture is frozen music. No, it's so banal, but in a way, maybe you can explain more, some kind of idea, maybe behind this, how this particular project could evolve more, because that's what I feel, what you're trying to say, but now it's finished.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you for a good question. This was the reason why I initially video for presentation, since the nature of the diagram and the dynamic nature is quite difficult to represent in a drawing. I even separately researched how can you represent parametric diagram. Yeah, so you use dash line. That's it. What can you do either way? So maybe for me it was important to show humans inside, because the story is made by humans. This is, we will have robots, very nice, in architectural language, but how it will be used? What can I do about this? So I just let the humans feel the space. They make the dynamics. I try to show this time-lapsing, how the light works, but the real, to me, real architecture is the ability of the space, how the humans will into the barak. And this is also highlights in diagrams. So what can you see? One relation of one, say, workplace to the other, one hall to the other, but what are those lines? This is how the human will walk, meet each other, talk to each other, and maybe they find a new way to collaborate. Maybe it will help them to make a new breakthrough, new innovation, who knows? But solid, yeah, we got some solid parts, concrete, but I try to stay as light as possible as I could with what I have. But thank you for your comments, I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your interest in technology, building technology. It's really not easy to start somehow at one moment. There is so one thing is the programs that one is using in order to manufacture. Behind that stands the machine and the programs. In your case, it is Grasshopper?
It was used also, yes.
It was used. Mm-hmm.
These ones are definitely Grasshopper.
I know. That's not a swarm selection. It's kind of clear. I know. Parametricism has one big problem why it ended.
It ended?
Didn't it? I will tell you what's the problem of Grasshopper. The problem is when you have a slider and the agents are running, the distances are running, who is the person who stops the slider and freezes it? It's the architect, right? It's a person who decided that at this moment, from all of the 200,000 variations that the Grasshopper or parametric architectural mathematical formula presented to us, it was a human being who stopped the slider, right? In this case, you stopped the slider a few times at some points, and you got out this form that by your mind, aesthetical standards, this was the aesthetical moment when we stop the machine to run and we freeze it. This is the moment there is a problem in the parametric architecture. Patrick Schumacher very successfully jumped to the AI and so on, but there are other people who kept on thinking. I will name some of you who were not in your reference list. Hannes Meyer, ETH Zurich, François Roche, Mariam Coletti. These are three persons who are really trying to not stop the slider, but generate a formula where the input loop and the output loop goes infinite. This infinite loop could be 5.0. Currently, you're sitting 2.1 robotics. It's 2.1 because you were the person who stopped the slider and took the decision of Louis Vuitton. This is the beauty. This is stop. And this is the problem. This is the problem of the project. Nevertheless, on the design, I'm finding it beautiful floating landscape and the reference of excellent building, Munich, Frei Otto, Munich, the infinite landscape, how it goes and turns into space. I think you have generated some interesting quality spaces and they're not so bad. Nevertheless, the problem is that the building kind of stops and it doesn't follow the logics of the surrounding nature. And this is also another moment we have not succeeded at the technology level to be closer to the nature or reflect and have more intense dialogue within the building and the surrounding. This is a bit need to criticize the building, how it sits inside of the landscape. But I can congratulate on your interest and technology and go full speed for your startup. We need to bring the technology of 3D printing further. There are promises, but be very careful with the theory of it, okay? Thank you.
Well, I would like to start off by saying that I was very impressed with your presentation. I thought the video was incredible. I never witnessed this before in a similar presentation that you had. And it moved quickly and you spoke very fast. And it was very exciting. So I like to commend that. Now, you're putting Zaha Hadid in the shade. You're making some incredible forms, but using modern technology to do it, which is both an advantage and a challenge for architects. We know it's coming. How do you handle it? And I think that's one of the greatest, I think, you know, visually it's nice, your graphical presentation is great. But if I, as an architect, so look at architectural, if you like, limitation qualities, I'm struggling a bit. If I, for instance, look at your roof structure, you've got some nice organic columns popping up here and there, but what are they supporting? It's a nice kind of sheet. Now, we are told that you have to have some beams to pick up sub beams and whatever. Now, would you do, although you have a curved space, you have a challenge. You have it's difficult to understand how you stop the daylight if you get too much sun. You know, basic, pragmatic things like that, which is, I hate to put to you, because I think you've done a very exciting scheme, really. But, you know, as an architect, I must admit, I'm struggling a bit to kind of understand how it could be a building like that. But I congratulate you on a very exciting presentation. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you for presentation and the job. It was, for me, it was very, very impressive, and I like it very much. But on the other hand, I have a question to me, myself, and to you probably. Are you see the way how this method of creating forms and what you did can be connected with another tools for calculation of the structure? Is it you see the way how it can be put it in the next level to get these necessary structures, what Ole talked about, beams and all these things which comes out in the reality. One thing is nice forms, another thing is how to produce it and how to calculate it. You see the way how it works?
Yes. First of all, thank you so much for speaking of this as something possibly to build. At the beginning of the presentation, I said that it's conceptual exploration, imaginary scenario, but we're talking about as of a real building, and this is a big component. So I will also comment on this because I think we have something in Roman. We speak about the structural logic,
Yes.
how we're going to build. The first is absolutely right. I simplified the concept to say just it's self-supporting shelves, the structure. That's it. Yeah, this might not work. because we need to calculate the load in simum later. The worst scenario, we may need to put additional trusses inside if we calculated the old way. There are two approaches to this. The first one is self-operating. We haven't done a lot of tests on this, but I've seen how it's done in different places in university, and the shells are getting bigger, simply calculated, building a prototype. I'm on the golem side of things. Yes, we have engineers from aerospace. They use ANSYS. This is the main software. So they are simulating the loads very detailed with a certified software which is used in aerospace. So they calculate the load onto this column and to confirm it. It's not a problem. Shells on top. Maybe yes, a bit simplified to represent the language. But we will get there. It's only masters, no?
But at the moment, these columns are formal. These are not logical calculated.
No, I use them for
these are
representation.
very formal.
Yes.
Because if you look on this one, structural logic will say it must be turned like this because the span is here.
Yeah.
It is a little bit formal what you did.
Yes.
At the moment,
Yes.
just for form.
Conceptual exploration. However, I did test on a smaller scale on real loads, structural loads with different materials, metal and plastic.
Okay.
I should have taken some of the prototypes of this.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. That's our future, or maybe today already. Actually, from my side, I also took this as a realistic project, and I like it. And I like it at that place, so I'm not against having such a center in particular place where you put it. It's really good. Only, it's actually not a question. Thinking about, just comment. Thinking about who is the first, man or robot. I guess that's man. So I would love if you put it more like investigation and showed to us also what happens when you fulfill, for example, at least a couple of those necessary inputs for the datas, as the loads, as I don't know, energy efficiency and such things. Even if you are keeping the form as it is, maybe it could be good to see that you can also do that, just to make that in reality, because it's really, why not? It's good building, why not to build it in reality? And I'm really happy to hear that you are speaking about engineers who are ready to try to calculate everything. Also about that heritage protection, which is really very vast field to put such technologies into that. So yes, thank you. Very inspiring. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Andres, thank you for your presentation. The movie and how you presented everything was very clear, and I know you have a huge amount of information that you presented to us in a very short 8-minute period, so I really congratulate you being able to do that. I agree with these comments that have come up, and we have discussed this. I think the aspect of the interface between, talking about the structure, the interface of the actual skin of the roof and the columns, that so that it wouldn't be a formal, you have to think about this as a spatial structure. So that these forms that are, these columns that they're using are actually, a continuation of them is into the roof system. And I think that's the point here, so that all of those loading scenarios then are distributed down into that column, and then that expressive form goes up into the structure. But we've talked about that. It's a question of more work to how that would work. I like the how he's mentioned this thing of continuous thing. You know, we have this whole idea of editing, that whether it's AI or whether it's music or whatever, we are taking samplings, and there's still authorship, and the author currently is the person that's putting in all the prompts to generate and get an output, yeah? And we are those authors currently. Now, if we can actually create an architecture where the author is non-existent and the actual machine has taken over, for example, like Brian Eno's music, which you started and it can go for 1 million years and never repeat itself. To do that in architecture, I think, is difficult, because nonetheless we are taking, to achieve those birds we saw flying with all their sensors moving as one continuous form, the building is still at one point a fixed object, and the question is then what is the dynamic part of it? And I think there's discussion here then. Are the people, is how the light comes into the building, the functions, the movement within that static freeze frame? Because in one sense, our buildings don't move currently. Maybe they will in the future, or in space, or wherever you don't need to deal with gravity. So I really appreciate this investigation and the things that you have discovered through this. And just one question. We talked about the spinning concept, yeah, and this idea of the more we dig in smaller and smaller, and what is the atom made up of? And I felt that was a very interesting idea, because when do we get to the origin of an author, yeah, in all of these systems? And maybe you want to comment on that. Thank you.
That was like very long question. So maybe I should split it up a bit. The first for the structure, absolutely right. We discussed it, but the structural logic was a formal, detailed structural planning for such just falls outside of the scope of the master's diploma. But you really point the importance of this. The architects should be friends with an engineer, or maybe it should be one person. The architecture and engineering is come together under the digital tools. The structural logic, it brings the form. We use the form which engineer is giving us, and we work together on this. So this is the dialogue, and this is big discussion, and the importance of this is very high, so thank you for highlighting this. Wow, when we say AI, for me as a robotic engineer, it hurts, you know, because AI is, my dishwasher is an AI. It just has intelligence enough to wash my dishes, you know, so it's so big topic, so, because there are this one, the combinatorics, is done with wave function, collapse algorithm. It's a way you solve Sudoku. You put a number and you compare the two lines if you're repeating itself or not. So AI, I don't know. Field simulation, I cannot say AI, and I didn't stop the holder, yeah? I just leave it to go on the location of the point and the value of the charge. I didn't stop it. Yeah.
We will stop you.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay, okay.
Continue.
Yeah, sorry.
So,
Okay.
yes.
I can speak for 4 hours. Thank you so much.
We stop you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Next presenter to get ready is Krista Paula Lepere.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Nekam nav jēga to, ka es pasaku, jāņem mikrofons rokā un jārunā mikrofonā, jo es tāpat to nedaru.
Ko tad?
Es saku, nav laikam jēga, ka es to saku, ka es saku, paņemiet mikrofonu rokā un atbildiet saviem jautājumiem.
Viņš gāja staigāt.
Nu, es taču saku.
Pirmajam.
Nē, es jau viņam pateicu. Es jau pirms viņš sāks pateicu. Pieteicu.
Lai ņemt noņemt statu?
Jā.
Okay. Varbūt pats ir kā noņemt statu. Nē, ir jēgas, viņš ir jāatkārto. Kā skolājas. Tieko reizi saprat.
9 šobrīd skatās.
Uzsvars stress.
No, yeah, okay. Nevertheless, we understand that we accept them.
I didn't understand that I was speaking from Schwäbisch. Something. Also,
Mēs esam atpakaļ. Visi? Okay, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Krista Paula Lepere, and to mention that she is studying in the study program with specialization in landscape, architecture, and urbanism, differently from others before presenters. And also to mention that her scientific supervisors, Uldis Balodis and Gintare Norkutainte. Sorry for the pronunciation. So you may begin your presentation.
So hello, my name is Krista Paula, and today I will speak, as already Anna said, revitalizing the commissioned sites, integration of combined functions, fusion power, and high-tech data center at Ignalina. Before I start, I want to mention that I will speak about the future, about approximately 20 plus years in advance, and I will speak not specifically about the architecture, but mostly about the landscaping and about master plan development. First of all, what is Ignalina? Ignalina is a decommissioned nuclear power plant site, and it's located in Lithuania. The area is approximately 8.4 square kilometers. For instance, it's, as you can see, 2 old Rigas would fit in this site. Fast running through the main points of historical path, the construction began in 1974 and ended in 1983, and at that time this was the most powerful power plant in the world. When Lithuania joined the European Union, then they needed to close down this nuclear power plant, and both reactors were closed in 2009. And I was thinking, what if Ignalina becomes the #1 reactor again? I started to figure out how can I implement some new technologies to make this place alive again, but keeping and preserving as much as possible, as this is a historical object. You can see the comparison in both visualizations, which is the new one, which is the existing one, and as you can see, the site is quite sad. And when you walk around this site, you can feel that it's man-made, of course, and it's not so livable, not so enjoyable. It's just work, just function, and that's it. And the strategic site involves, as you can see in the small model on the table, the red one, those are the electricity lines in Lithuania. And this was one of the main things that I wanted to point out, because if there is already a structural grid in the country which is complementing the site, of course we need to keep up with this specification and connections between different countries using these corridors for future for electricity. Then I did deep research on the site, what is there, what law is there, what functions are there, what is allowed, what's not. And as you can see, there is a lot of regulations, not only because it's a nuclear power plant, but also because it's nearby the lake. It's almost in crossroads on 3 countries. And as you can see, this is the site from the bird's eye. For instance, this long building is 700 meters, and the height of the squares are 60 meters. So imagine how it feels to stand there. As well, you can see it's mainly flat, and surrounded area is woodland, and it's quite wet land there. So I needed to keep this in mind as well when I was doing master plan development. And speaking about the integration of fusion power and high-tech data center, I wanted to point out that nowadays we need data centers a lot because we need a lot of data processing in our daily life. And what could be better than complementing each other? Fusion reactor, what generates electricity basically without even problems. And a fusion power reactor produces electricity, then supplies it data centers, then generates waste heat, and the waste heat could be really well integrated into the electricity corridors, and how the heat could be brought to the nearby Visagina city, which is atomic city, which was built alongside the nuclear power plant. Speaking about the reactor itself, you can see that this part, the red one, this is the part that could be preserved as a historical part of the nuclear power plant. And if they are decommissioning the site, this part, you can easily put in the new fusion power reactor and keeping up with the cooling facilities. And environmental and economic benefits of it. When I was doing research, I really well know that it comes really well together with a with a grade of yeah, I forgot the name. Yeah, but I've divided the site in 4 parts: private, public, new historical. And it created 4 spaces: new, private, historical, preserved, semi-public, and historical preserved. This is the approximate idea of what functions could be developed in this site, in this massive territory. And I created these spaces and functions inside this site, preserving as much as possible, and creating these functions regarding its safety standards and the regulation standards, and how each other complements to itself. As well, I did a mobility plan inside the site, and as you can see, the purple line shows the existing railroads which are connecting with Kaunas city, and I believe that this could really well bring new people to the site, so it could be more alive. As well, speaking about the corridors, the green ones here around, speaking about the corridors, how I could implement sustainability as well, and the connections between not only electricity corridors, but as well data cables could be alongside this place, and heating systems as well. And this is the master plan. As you can see, I tried to make it as green as possible, as this is urban space, and the fusion reactor takes less space than normal nuclear power plant. I could achieve this preserving existing structures, as many as possible, but at the same time, demolishing not necessary facilities. And how we can get there, the deeper version of Gantt chart and phases you can see in the panels, but roughly saying there is 6 phases in total. These are just a few of them. So you can see that approximately project timeline would be around 2050-55 if there is no delays. But of course, in this kind of scale of project, there will be delays. And this project is not only just about the energy, it's about sustainability and economical renewal.
Thank you. Okay, proceeding with your reviewers, Jānis Dripe evaluation. Some positive qualities found in A part. This thesis bridges theoretical and practical approaches, advancing academic discourse while offering actionable recommendations for practitioners. And disadvantages: there are no significant imperfections in this A part thesis. And the positive qualities in the B part: the work demonstrates the complete implementation of the theoretical part of master thesis in the spatial planning model. And imperfections: for obvious reasons, the master thesis part B does not allow to enjoy the nuances of architectural design. And the questions from your reviewer. First one, you analyzed global examples including Sellafield, Greifswald, Kursk, San Onofre, and Fukushima, UK, Germany, Russia, USA, and Japan. Which case was the closest to the Ignalina status and why?
Thank you for questions, first of all. And in these all cases, in my research, I find really valuable points for all of them, but the main, I would say, the closest was the Germany's one, the Greifswald, which was similar in functions, which integrates the renewable energy and research center.
And another question is question: justify the appropriateness of the selected scale and graphic design of part B of master thesis for a complete demonstration of the ambitious idea of the thesis.
As you notice that the scale is so huge, and I am working mainly on spatial planning, I believe this really well complements to my part A, in which I was researching and the development ideas and the development project, and how these points could be implemented in specific this case. So if this works, these points, I believe that these points also works to the different sites and could be bring around the world.
Okay, let's move forward with another questions from Jerry.
I do appreciate the scale of the master planning, starting from the huge one, which is the Europe, and finishing with the local things you're showing in your general plan. Appreciate the graphics and appreciate everything which is written there. It's really a pretty cool research. But I don't know if it's appropriate, but maybe you could explain your personal interest behind this, because this is huge.
Thank you. My personal interest in this is when I was visiting this site, I felt so tiny.
How can you possibly imagine and get there?
It's possible. There is a site visit. You can just book it and go there. I really suggest to go there. You really feel so tiny, like nothing. So this was the main point, that I wanted to make this space more public for people to visit more, not only just book this site and go there. And as well, I believe I am quite into spatial planning as well, and I hope it works well in the future as well.
We also have a kind of research center in Salaspils, so maybe you can see some kind of similarities between such kind of centers.
I noticed some similarity. Oh my similarities in Latvian sites as well, which is of course not nuclear power plants, but different kind of sites. Which points especially could be taken from this, what I represented, is written down in my part A conclusions, and there is more information about that as well. But yes, I see the similarities in some cases in Latvia as well.
And still, these kind of centers requires a lot of maintenance, and maybe could explain more how you envisage who are living there. Is it a permanent center, or maybe just a bit more detailed explanation on the model?
Thank you. Yeah. For easier understanding, this is the part that I can't touch because there is nuclear fuel still inside. This is the new reactor. This is the old facility, which is now created in this project as a research center and stays as a monumental piece. And this long part, which used to be a cooling system part, now is data center, and it complements really well with the fusion reactor, and they complement each other. This area was and still studied as a accommodation part for the people who work there, and it's short-term accommodation. Of course, it's not for living for long-term. And then there is new facilities, new functions, heating structures, and etc.
Thanks. I noticed you have a particular interest in the mainland, but there's a huge water line and waterfront line, but there's nothing on your panels. Maybe you have some kind of idea behind that.
Yes, there is. It's because here you can see this line. This is the protection line for water, and then there is protection lines for cooling systems for this part. And I can't touch this space. As well, there is corridor for electricity lines that I as well can't use for different purposes. This is the only plot that I can use for future, for new businesses, for new developments.
But it's accessible for general public.
This part, yes. Here, there is small part inside the gated area, which is not usable for daily basis.
It seems like a port.
No, it
No?
feels
It looks like a fort.
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's brilliant. It's fantastic, and it's amazing. It's wow. You really have went until the most contemporary ecology theories at the end, and you know them. That's amazing. Yes.
Sorry.
No, sorry. What's going on?
That was by accident, by the way. First of all, but there is underneath, there is a footprint of the animals. And this brings together the sustainability which I wanted to implement in these green corridors. Mm-hmm. As I am bringing these green corridors as sustainable as possible, not using them for different purpose, so I can't plant trees there. But I can bring new biotopes to there, so there is more insects, more birds, more animals, so it's sustainable.
Yes. So you know Donna Haraway?
Yes.
Of course you know. Then do you know Emilia Scarnolite and the movie Boreal?
Yes.
No more questions. You know. She knows?
As I'm sure you understand, it's difficult to comment on this. You're saying yourself that this is a very tall order you're taking on, very tall. And you're talking about, you realize this will take many, many years. When you visited the site, you felt very small. I understand all that. And this is like a high-tech energy hub, and all that is very exciting. But I can't help asking you, you said you're focusing urban design and landscape, and you show the images, 3 on the board there. But at the same time, if I look at your master plan, you have indicated different functions, museums and things. Were you not tempted to make urban design plan locate all this and spaces in between them? I'm missing that because I'm also very impressed with the presentation, and also that you're saying it has to be executed step by step for sustainability and survival. All that is great words. But where is the urban design master plan?
Good question. If we look deeper in this plan, in a mobility plan, there is functions in between as well represented, which is the collective place for some gathering spaces, some evening spaces, as well. There is green corridors where you can go just to breathe out the daily stress, which is in research center or etc. So I also did the research on that part.
Well, I understand your research, and you're explaining now the brief, but where is the result?
Sorry?
What I mean is that you explain it's possible to this, that, and the other. You know, this is almost like the brief. Yeah. But where do I see the space? It's designed. Where is the design element?
This is what I managed in this time. Sorry.
Okay,
I tried to make this as a master plan with the functions, with the percentages of the footprint of the land, with all the functions, with all the connections, with all the pathways, with all the...
So if you had more time, you would do that?
I would love to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista, for this, what you did. I am very surprised, and remember once we met and you said you want to touch this topic, and I look at you and say, are she crazy? What she's going to do?
I am. As you can see, I am.
And I put to you so much questions, and then you didn't come back to me. And I think it's normal, because this is too heavy for me. But I see you did it, and you did it, and your job is excellent and beautiful. And my question is how you get how you get closer with this new reactor technologies. You got some consultant who helps you with this new fusion.
In part A, there is written, I had a consultant which is specialized in nuclear physics. And I consult with them about asking if it's possible to bring a new fusion reactor.
That's what we talked with you that time, that you need somebody who can talk about new energies and who can explain this one. Okay, you got it.
Yes, I did.
And how deep you are in that technologies? Principles, you understand the principles?
I understand, and I tried to written down as easy as possible, so it brings super hot heat around, and then there is a different function going around in the opposite way, and it creates the energy. Mm-hmm. And it's really interesting to see how this huge bulb can create electricity in one building.
And this form is coming from the technology?
Yes, that's just because that.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really impressed of the scale, and actually also about the detailing you did, because you really, there is everything starting from the history and scale of the country and how it connects with the particular place. It's really, really huge job done. And actually, I do not have any questions, just one. For me, a bit is missing what Ole already said. Maybe just one board where the master plan conclusions would be put on, like a bit sketches of what is happening where, how high is what, how dense is whatever. That's maybe is missing, but still huge job. Thank you very much, and also very understandable, and you are really deep in this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Krista, thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Great project, great graphics, and when you first mentioned of doing this site, just a comment, I thought, how on earth, because it's a very dystopian site, and actually those 3D renderings that you're showing do indicate a sensitivity of landscaping, that you can actually go in and design that between these buildings, and so you have given a picture of that, and that's really good, because all of a sudden, compared to the pictures that you show what it's like now and what it could be, this helps indicate that you can give it a new life and take it from this very dystopian, unhuman almost type of space, and bring a new life to it with the new energy source, right, that you are bringing in there. So I think you have did a great job, and the model and everything working together. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's welcome our next presenter to get ready, Sergei Skopils.
Это тут последний, что ты не сделал. На факт, уже есть, уже. Сейчас я сделаю.
Yeah. Okay, next one to come up, Sergei Skopils, and scientific supervisors are Efe Duyan and Rudolf Danis Schmitz. And please, Sergei, the floor is yours.
Hello. Part A is data-driven design methods in architectural concept design, and part B is underground cloud is data centers. The world's most valuable resource now is no longer oil, it's data. What is it? Cloud. We have a personal cloud where we store our images, songs, music, documents, mails. So our personal cloud. Publication for the books, conference, journals are started increasing for the data-driven design. We need new type of infrastructure for this type of facility. It can be not accessible at all, or highly secured. It can be partly accessible, or it can be absolutely open. You can go from Monday to Friday. These projects are located in Barcelona, in the church. This one? Nothing works. Sorry.
It's a good sign, yeah?
Yeah. I need to restart computer.
It's the, oh, there you go, just one, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
The file is on the computer, not in the cloud, right?
Of course, in the cloud.
Well, there you go.
Okay. It's accessible. It's a project where the data located under the church in Barcelona. And you're welcome to go there from Monday to Friday. And what I want to say, yes, in God we trust, but all another must bring data. President of Latvia visiting USA and discussing possibility to export data storage from the Google, from the Meta, OpenAI in the Latvia. Data is like a garbage. You better to know what you're going to do with it before you start collecting. In the research part, I make a research of country where already have data storage centers, and we can see that Latvia is in a right point to have this project. Also was compared with the climate condition, and it's very similar to all already existing projects. Riga was chosen because of the highest population of Latvia, and in Riga was analysis for region. Agenskalns, Measure Park, Central District, and Kipsela. Why Measure Park was analysis as well? Because of the big water accessibility for cooling down of the data center, which produce a lot of heat. But was chosen Kipsela because it's close to the river. Kipsela is have a heritage building and have RTU innovation centers. It was chosen north parts of the Kipsela in the mixing zoning and was made analysis for 15 minutes walkability, and is connecting to the RTU campus as one part. Building located close to the Daugava River, and it was taken into the account the possibility to build a huge project as a tunnel, and this tunnel goes a little bit north from the project. Rounded shape was chosen for wind and storm resistance, uniform temperature, high flow ventilation, and maximum solar light gain. In the soft of the part of the project, have solar panels. Entry are located in the west part, and the project are split into the two parts. Is low security area, like a public available zone, and high security area, where no public available free zone. Slope are staying on the columns, and facade are connected to the metallic structure. To bring light in, slope was moved from the surface of the ground and added atrium to bring light in. Entries are from underground due to security reason. Project base stay in the Dolomite, and lowest part is connected to the Daugava to cool down of the system of the big, huge PC. Project have 12 floors. Each floor mostly have different functions. Building created from concrete, steel, and glass. And in the middle of the project, we have atrium, which bring light into the under the ground. Upper floor have conference zone, seminar zone, and lounge zone. Big computer are located on the lowest floor. And the lowest floor is air conditional zoning. The main goal of the project was to bring light under the ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on with your viewers' evaluation. Dina Sukhanova, Master in Art and Bachelor in Architecture. She has evaluated your work positively, and positive qualities in your are combined with the disadvantages. I will sum up this now. The proposed master's thesis is well structured and presents comprehensive work on the chosen subject. It is written using appropriate academic language, yet it is largely based on the literature, external publications, and current theme-related sources. Part A could only benefit from the author's own contribution and acquisition of the original data and findings. Moreover, a step-by-step development of the design brief and building program could be included as a part of the thesis. Site selection and in-depth investigation of the site characteristics and existing conditions are also missing. And there is a high possibility that an artificial intelligence AI text generators have been used extensively during the research and development of the thesis content. In such case, the author should indicate the extent to which they had been used this tool. And summing up the positive qualities and negative qualities in the B part, the importance of the topic and such building function has become increasingly actual with the global growth of digital demand. Unfortunately, the readiness and level of project materials prevents it from being assessed as fully developed, professionally in nature, high-quality project. The theoretical part of the master thesis offers a comprehensive set of guidelines and approaches and can serve as a handbook for authors and architects in general. However, the development of particular design proposal, including the selection of the site, building construction technologies, and overall result do not demonstrate strategical and innovative approach to the proposed brief. And I'll move on with Dina's questions. What is the novelty and advantage of the projects developed in the master thesis compared to other examples of data center architecture in Europe and worldwide?
I will start answer for the question for the part A. The novelty, and if I will compare it to the European Union and worldwide, that we are trying to open the data centers and make it more transparency. As you put in the presentation, most of the data centers are closed and secured, very secured, not allowed to go in. Only few of them are opening. But from the tomorrow, from the 1st of February, in the European Union started to new regulation. GPTR is related to the to how can we use AI, or what we need to do with the data, and data need to be absolutely transparency if it's somehow related to the human. And what the project main idea is to make them transparent, make them opening, to understand not only the physical possibility how it works, but also we have some laboratory understand to see what's the data, how it's collected, what we use with the data. This is a novelty. It's an open space data centers.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And the next question from Dina is, please explain and justify the choice of this particular site for the construction of a data center in Tiepsala, a neighborhood characterized by historical, significant and valuable building fabric and located within the protection zone of the historic center of Riga. What is the compatibility of the function of the proposed building with the Riga territory? Plan has the scale of the building been assessed in the context of the surrounding building and views from or to Tiepsala?
Few answers for this question. One is metaphorical. Yes, it's a protected zone, and we need to protect our data. But really, the place was chosen because of the NTU campus. Campus F2 is innovative place. I call it milestone, and we try to bring collaboration with FTU and our open data centers together. That was the reason why it was chosen north part of the Tiepsala, and how scale are looking in this Tiepsala. We can see the Ostaskat. Thank you. Yes, thank you. It's similar height, but unfortunately it's not printed. Here we have Tiepsala maps, and we have different towers like Son, Akmas, and different high buildings. And in this place, our new data is much lower than Tiepsala have in Tiepsala have buildings.
Okay, I'll give the word now to the committee jury members to ask their questions.
Yeah, I really appreciate while you were telling all your stories regarding your project, I was remembering all those movies I really loved, like Westworld, especially Star Wars, remembering Death Star, remembering Fuller, Kupol, etc. Well, it's a bit strange when I remember those films, and when they were trying to build something like this, for example, like data center, they would never choose an island Well, I'm not sure that the exact location for such kind of data center is safe. Well, you have to, I don't know, how can you provide security, etc.
Security provided through the entries, from the underground entries, and there are no entries on the ground floor, have only possible go inside. Also, the island is chosen in opposite side as a security place because you're close from the main ground. There's no possibility to go from north, west, because they have water. This is just was the idea. And also the service one to put the data, the PC, like you do it to Microsoft under the water. If you open the door, all that is destroyed. Maybe you need it, but maybe you don't need it. It depends on which kind of the data you store. Because data centers have 3 levels. Small data centers, medium data centers, and deeper data center, where you need to build a special nuclear station to bring energy into your data center, like do it Amazon in Virginia or similar project. This project is another scale. It's related to, we can say it is for less scale.
If we're talking about scale, can you tell how many of scientists or workers could be there?
Yes, they are located in the level which call it staff facility. It's approximately 20 persons which are responsible to for the technical implementation for the PC. There's no need too much work. You need to control the sensors sitting in front of the computer. You need to have guards which are protected unnecessary entries in high protected zone. And most of the spaces is to understand what is the data. For one of my personal to do, why I choose this topic, because I'm a student for the master degree for artificial intelligence and data analysis. And I go study after I finish bachelor degree. I said to myself, what is it, the AI, what is the data, and what we need to do with this one. And I hope I will finish in the summertime. And this was the main idea. How can we develop it? Where we need to put this data? Where is it located? When I put iCloud, save it in iCloud. Which cloud? Where is it located? And this cloud is located under the water. Very interesting. But some of them are located on the ground. Also not interesting. And this is transparency underground cloud, where you can go and study and understand what is this. Because data, as we can read it in the news and we can see the charge, is starting to be much expensive. And we are not only produce new data. We put all our previous data, what is called digitalization. What does it mean? We need to print and scan everything before into the cloud.
Good. Let's stick to architecture. I do see the dome. It previously was used and somehow invented by Fuller. Well, you're using a rhombic structure, which is partly transparent and partly covered with solar panels. Could you explain more about this particular idea behind why you're using such kind of form? What's so special about it? What is such an innovative aspect regarding this? Maybe some kind of structure or maybe some kind of something, because what I see is just a generic dome.
to collect solar energy from this amount of the solar panel, but at least we can do it. But we cannot put solar panel everywhere. We put it in the place after we make some analysis and we understand the right place to put them in this place. And we need to open a little bit, make some transparency to bring light inside of the building. And maybe it will be nicer there to put the square, but the dome shape, this shape is more after they make an analysis of the sunlight, daylight. Understand that it's better to make more lighted. Also, I made some analysis for the wind direction, for the two type of the shape, for the square and for the rectangle. And my decision was that wind much easy go from the fluid, from this type of the square. This was the main decision. I use Autodesk format and show me that please use this type.
Thank you so much. I think it's crucial. Could you please put the section again on the full screen?
The section is beautiful.
It's so beautiful. Yes, nice. That's nice. So I think it's an amazing drawing, and it shows this intensity and of the lines, and still it's clear and readable. For me, the ground, I would like to focus a bit on the ground. Even the hatches are indicating something. And you're talking, yes, exactly, multiple levels of the ground. Not far from your site, we have Iljutsijama gas chambers deep underground. You know about them. You know this large.
Yes, it's north on the.
Yeah, it's not far, right?
Yeah.
Somehow from
I
that.
tried to put them behind of the building because it's a little bit related.
Yes, it's somehow related. It's something precious that is hidden. I need to elaborate even more on Linda's thought on being protected. And question, where is the biggest data server in Riga?
With the biggest, I not answer, but one of the data centers is located in Imanta.
Mm-hmm.
And the main idea to put them in the city, close to the city, and is the best way to put them in the middle of the city center. Why?
Yes.
Why? Is because of the speed of the speed of
Internet.
Really, it's not internet, it's a cable. You transfer the data through the cable. And this is the first idea. The second idea is testability. Sometimes you need to go quickly to your data center and receive your data what you are looking for. But not a lot of people have access to this data, but some of them have. And if you have quick access and good connection, that means you don't have this lag, and you can continue your work if you relate to somehow to this sensitive data.
Do you agree that there are secret data centers in Latvia that we do not know about?
Yes, I'm agreeing.
Sorry? Yes. No?
No.
I will not. I actually know one, but I will not tell you where it is. I think I know where it is. I can tell you they're so secret. For example, in Austria, they're hiding them under skiing resorts. You ski over them, but you don't know that there is a server. They are so governmental importance. And your team is very crucial in the recent things. Thank you all. What's happening in Baltic Seaside with the cables.
You lost connection to the data.
Yes, its information is already from, who won the Second World War, the British mathematician? Turing. Thank you. Since those days, we already know that. Thank you for the dome. Geodesic is a fantastic idea, and Buckminster Fuller, you need to be very aware of his ideas of how he saw the planet. A biosphere, a complete united power representing the world.
The Truman Show.
The Truman Show, and so on. But I think it's a great project. I think you handled the geometry very well. It could be maybe more protected, but thank you a lot. It's a good topic for these days, and we need a large data center to handle big data.
One thing is about the secrecy of data. I met a lot of data enthusiasts, but I think you are number one. It's fantastic. Now, you start off by saying the data is garbage. Now, this is as far from the rubbish bin I can possibly see. But then you showed us an interesting example from Girona in Spain, or in not Spain, a different part of Spain, not very well, near Barcelona, and where they turned a chapel into a place to have the data equipment. Now, that is located in Girona, beautiful old town, and here you're out in the outskirts. You have a kind of you can see the dome from a distance, but you're not quite there. Now, so what you're really saying is that you can put it anywhere, or even the question that Helmut just said that you probably don't know about. Now you decided to make it quite exposed, make it very clear. People should know about it. In that building, you're going to find this, that, and the other, which is quite interesting. And I'm just wondering, did you consider other forms on the shapes of my architecture for this one here? Because, I mean, it's not garbage, and it's not Girona, but did you consider other one, or did you just jump on the... Yeah, the pyramids, for instance. I mean, did you consider that?
Yes, for the garbage.
Yeah.
I have in my phone 140,000 images, but I don't use it I just use it 10 years. I think yes. I just see wow. I have so many pictures, but how many pictures I need? Just my kids, family, some screenshots from, okay, what is all another? It's a history. But if I will have 10 of similar pictures and it's only one, that means 90% of this I can delete. I don't delete it because I try to keep it, but I don't need to keep it. I don't know. But in my understanding, this is a garbage. I need to clean it from the phone. I don't need it. But what we are building to do, we can make a landfill, digital landfill. Can we use a digital landfill? Yes, because we put all our data inside and we don't use it. We use 10% of the data, but all another is somehow is over there. But it was metaphorical, like a digital landfill. Because I make some research and we don't use a lot of data. We use only some of the part. And maybe I will not correct answer the previous one, yes, but I tried to make analysis of the different shape, and yes, I understand that the Swedish, also read it, it's one of the sustainable sphere to keep the air circulation inside of the building. And in this project is very sensitive topic to what we need to do with these kids. And it's discovered to the end, because we still have possibility, and we will have a lot of hot air. We need to put it somewhere. Now it's going to the Dover, hit the rivers, and we'll have an iced yacht club. But maybe we'll take this hot air and bring it to the F2 back, and we can bring energy with the hot air again to the F2, or maybe we can just put it in the swimming pool. This is the topic which are not covered at all, but the shape was chosen after the analysis of the difference of
Well, although very lengthy, you give very good replies. Thank you very much. And I'm very impressed with both the architecture and the graphical presentation. Thank you.
Sergey, thank you very much for your project. I like it very much, but I still have some very practical and simple questions. You said there is approximately 20 workers serving these technologies. Are they working mostly up on the ground levels or down there?
Down there. It's level number 3.
They're working down in the level -3. And that is a reason why you trying to get the light into the lower parts.
Yes, I tried to bring this light onto the staff to have some
Yes, but you organize also light go deeper than -3. There is just machines, no?
Machines is here, and here it's difficult to see because but there are no.
There is no holes. Okay, it's clear. Thank you for that. And another one, this glass system above the ground. On one hand, you say you have to cool a lot of things and cool spaces, and we need to cool the space and rooms and space where the people are using. And you make a very big glass cupola, which is a big problem for saving for the cooling. It's like a glass house. You have to put a lot of energy to cool them. How it goes together? Thank you.
In my research part A, there was research of the underground data centers, and they put on the underground.
Yeah.
The answer is, in the underground, we can keep it much energy efficiently our climate environment in the winter and in the day, because we can keep it much like 20 degrees, and we don't need to give much more power in the summertime when we feel a lot of sun, and it will be not maybe comfortable for the human, but for the data center which are located under the ground, it will be nice.
It's needed.
It's needed.
This heat is needed for the underground. That's what you say?
No, I don't say this. I say that it's easy to keep the one level of the temperature in the winter and in the summertime, because in the underground it's more or less similar temperature.
Yeah, that's clear.
Yes.
But I'm speaking about upper part, which is very hot in the summer. Under glass roof, it's a very big temperature.
I will answer it one more time, because it still have a possibility to understand what we are going to do with this hot energy, and maybe we find a way how we can convert this hot air into the air conditioner and put some comfort zone on the top of the project.
Okay, you try to collect this heat and then somehow to use it in the summer.
Yes, but it's still open door.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Very clear design and clear. We hear your answers, which are with everything is understandable. I have a couple of technological and technical questions. As for data centers, I don't know if you have been in that Claystead data center physically and looked how it looks like. Usually data centers have two parts. One is those shelves with everything, connectors and everything as a data center, and the second part, approximately the same size, is for cooling machines, since all data shelves are producing a lot of heat. My question is how you are dealing with cooling machines. And second, data centers needs not only electricity as itself, that can be provided from somewhere else. Data centers need additional electricity like double reserves and so on. So they have very big and actually huge generators and a lot of them to be like double like reserves. So how you are dealing with these
I will
issues?
answer for the first question about the volume of the space which are related to the air conditioner.
Yes.
Okay, for the, here I would like to find PC, and this is air conditioner room, but I will show. Just a moment. No. So, I just like to, I found it, yes, here.
You know, for cooling machines, there is needed outside air.
Air conditioner, here. Here we have a gap, here we have a mesh, and we have a half a meter from the soap to have a circulation through all the buildings. And there was a question about how it connected or protected, how close it to the ground surface. It's fully not close, and we have a possibility to think how we reduce the hot air from this part, or can think about how we reduce hot air, but I don't think it will be the nice idea to put the hot air onto the Daugava. It will go along the ground. This means that it's a similar value to the data computers. And where we will put our energy. This is the lowest part. This is the part where we have air conditioner, and why do we need this gap in the wall? Yes, no. And the gap is absolutely for the things like big pump, big transformers, and similar things what we want to put inside. Because we are not going to put our transformers here. We need to hidden it a little bit from the place. And I have, in this project, have some gap where we can put double energy transformers.
Just take into consideration that this everything, transformers, generators, and cooling machines need fresh air, and they are also needed to have access to the fresh air. Yeah, that way was my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sergey. It's really great to see how far you've developed this project. I really appreciate also these sections that you have developed and the showing the constructability and the how to bring cooling and cool air into there. And this, can you go to the section with the yeah, that one, yeah, right here. These beautiful aspects where, yes, this is a cloud, but how you bringing light down into the space. And I know there's a lot of different things you had to cover on this project, and just want to congratulate you for bringing it this far and for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you that you was my supervisor.
I will ask the next presenter to get ready. Baiba Riekstiņa.
facilities, yeah. No, it's not so. Contour, but,
Okay, let's move on with our next presenter, Baiba Rieksniņa, and to mention her scientific supervisor, Linda Leitane, Doctor in Architecture. Please, you may begin, Baiba.
Hello, my name is Baiba Rieksniņa, and today I will present you my master thesis and design for urban hospice in Riga by Māris Pond. And the presentation will be structured in two parts. I will briefly maybe cover some points that are crucial for the design part from the theory, and of course introduce my design proposal for urban hospice. And when we speak about hospice, it's needed to understand that it's a stage of palliative care where it's expected that the patient lives no longer than 6 months. So basically it's the end stages of one's life. And here in Latvia, the typical course of the hospice is when the patient is admitted into the hospice at the end of the lifespan. But the proposed revised way how to introduce hospice in a patient's life which has terminal illness is to gradually increase the visits to hospice or to the treatment facility, and let's say in that way also introduce the treatments and also the possibilities of mental and physical help for the ill person. And according to a World Health Organization, only 14% of those who need palliative care actually receive it. And we can also see by the state's audit office report released last year in September that in Latvia we also lack in support of palliative care, and in our country it's more even closer to 20%. And right now in Latvia there are 7 facilities in hospitals which offer palliative care. With the red dots are marked the hospitals which have dedicated separate wards for palliative care, and with blue are marked the hospitals which offer bed spaces. That does not mean that it's in a palliative care setting. It can be also in different part of the hospital, which it's not necessarily maybe orientated towards palliative care. Here are some visual examples of the facilities. With the red ones are marked the facilities which have these separate units, and without the marks are ones who offer these bed spaces. And during my master thesis I looked at several hospices from different countries, also including Maggie's centers in UK. And here we can see also the difference how in other countries they approach this service for hospice and also palliative care. The four which are maybe larger in image are the ones who I, in my theoretical part, looked a bit closely at. And the purpose of this research, of course, was to gain the information, process it, so I can offer, in my opinion, best solution for urban hospice in Riga. So I chose the location by Māris Pond in Āgenskāns because it offers good qualities. Yes, I will mention that later. And here you can see the plot and the images. There are existing structures on the land plot which are partly kept. And the main focus and the idea of the formation behind the concept was because this is quite a special place, because here on the one side you have this urban area and then you have the green area, and both, let's say, different parts of the nature meet there, and it's almost like an edge condition where you can use both benefits of each of the, let's say, what is the landscape part and what is the urban built-up area. So my idea was to place a compact volume in this area that also has the dialogue with the surrounding context. And since I have this edge condition, I wanted also to merge the benefits both from rural and urban. And here you can see both in one scale what is the scale of, let's say, suburban hospice and urban hospice. As you can see, urban hospices are much more condensed. They usually have more stories than suburban hospices, which are usually on one floor located. So you can see also the difference in planning such facilities there. Yes, here is my offer for the project from bird's eye from the lake side. Here you can see like two main volumes with smaller volumes on the roof, as I said, on green roof, and also roof terrace for the inhabitants. And the main access is from Saulis Alley, where I have some short-term parkings here, and the access to the underground parking. And why I didn't place the parking on the ground, because here I have placed an urban day hospice, where people can come and receive the treatment and afterwards go home. This is also the way of this revised palliative care, where you can come, receive your treatment, and afterwards you can also engage with the community, also get acquainted with the treatments and the environment itself. And yes, so I wanted to offer the ones who are coming to this day hospice not a parking view towards the parking lot, but maybe some landscaped front yard where you can also sit and meditate, and also maybe use for some public events. Here is a view towards the from Saulis Alley to entrance and the facade facing the pond. And maybe about the plans, here I have underground plan, which is this underground parking and some of the staff and technical area spaces. On the first floor I have this cafe, which is also servicing, let's say, the just regular people which are going on a stroll across Māris Thesis, because as we know, it's quite a popular actually walking area. So, and here I have this day hospice, and that is like more semi-private area for staff and maybe some treatments. On the second floor, maybe some visuals for the courtyard. I have the main part of the rooms, and this is also section privately divided. Here are the residents with common lounge, and on the front I have also some administrative and also procedure spaces for residents. And here on the roof I have the more private, let's say, ward where maybe people who are who do not want to be exposed to maybe some sort of public engagement within the hospice setting. So you can maybe, if you prefer to be separated, you can also have this option. Yes, this is rendering from the lake, how I see it. Some facade with brickwork, which are the main material where I want privacy and maybe not a lot of daylight. I use this perforated brick where I want to close the facade off. I have solidly placed brick, and of course the wood is also a softening moment for the facade. Yes, on the outside, in my opinion, the facility doesn't look so big, but actually it's 4 stories, so integrated in the existing relief. This is the view towards the entrance. This is the view from the backside, and this is, of course, backside facing the lake. And here you can also see some recreational areas where you can also go out and in the nice weather, or even in the autumn in the rain, if you prefer it, just with your medical bed push out and really have your experience there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So proceeding with your reviewers, Jonas Buchel's remarks. He has evaluated your work positively. And positive qualities, starting with A part, some words. The work is detailed in very aspect from the inventory and area analysis and the planning approval process, including surrounding buildings, neighborhood, and any possible monument protection requirements, to deep insights into the psychological and medical palliative care work, where even dying and phases of grief are discussed and analyzed, and there are no disadvantages. Jonas could mention in your A part. So about the B part, positive qualities, the choice of material and form, the spatial openness committed to the social idea, as well as measured against the special nature of the place, its closeness, maintaining the strictly intimate character, the integration into the neighborhood framework and the topographical conditions, the design-sensitive effect of the entire complex, everything is as balanced and objectively understandable as it is. Again, committed to the purpose of the place, simply beautiful. Some imperfections, access to for staff and through the basement in the immediate vicinity of the funeral hall, morgue, and also the parking spaces in the underground car park may not be entirely ideal. But moving forward with the questions, it's a bit long, but in a not too distant future, and that means today and tomorrow, the enormously large boomer generation, the generation of the author of its review, will be knocking on the door of our retirement homes and nursing homes. Compared to the other European countries, Latvia currently has one of the largest deficits in terms of places in these residential and care facilities, and in particular in palliative care. Based on the author's preliminary study, the question is, how can we prepare for this challenge, at least in architecture and especially in urban planning?
Yes, thank you for the question, Jonas. And I think in Latvia, how we can prepare is that, of course, as we see in long-term social care facilities, they are quite dispersed around Latvia, and as we know, a lot of previous schools and other different facilities are adjusted to this purpose. But when we speak about palliative care as function, I think we have to still develop it, because at the moment we don't have a facility that is dedicated to this purpose only. So I think this is a starting point where we can start to develop and maybe also strategically plan how to, based on the population or maybe other factors, including maybe map out some strategic places where such facilities can be placed, because for example in Denmark they have this hospice rule where it's stated that in each municipality you have to have hospice which serves at least 12 residents. So in Latvia we have these hospitals and bed spaces, comparing for example with the case of Denmark where they have this facility and it's stated in the regulation that you have to have within the this area the facility then can let's say support these people in need.
Okay, and then there is, taking out from the text, two very specific questions. What if there are a larger number of clients, visitors, for example, Christmas, Easter, and possible parking problem? As already mentioned in the weak points. What could the author imagine as a solution for this situation?
Yes, so when I developed this project, as a return requires, I calculated the area of the facility against the requirements of this type of the facility, and in this project it's included with the allowed deduction of 30% the required amount of parking spaces. And of course, when we think about holidays, it's more intense, but I can offer two solutions, which is first, of course, maybe not so easily use this. Here we have a public transportation line which connects Agenskalns and Tieknekkalns, and also the Agenskalns main hub for public transportation within the region is a 15-minute walk, and of course the last one, if you want to come to the facility via car, this Saules Alley street is free parking street, so you can, if it's a free space there, you can of course park your car on Saules Alley.
I had the pleasure working together with Baiba, and it's a really intense theme. I think you did a great job. So therefore, all my comments you heard already. Yes, we'll proceed with Helvis.
Thank you for your project. I think the location, the execution of the project is in a high level, and the precision, how you're working with the elements and materiality that you can gain your project until the level of the materiality. Congratulations. I think you really did a fantastic piece there, and I think it fits. It just fits there, you know, as simple as that. Somehow it's
buildable.
It's buildable. I cannot, but just a very small comment on the environment of Māras Dīķis, as it was absolutely polluted. I hope they have cleaned it out, but we can see it. And a bit strange that even in your rendering, I could not even manage such a pollution in a rendering. How did you manage that? Look at... Yeah, but it's still polluted. It's still full of the dunes in your rendering. But, good renderings. And also fantastically how in your time you communicated the architecture. A small question, somehow it's not easy to dive into these situations, right? It's really heavy. But there might anyone end up, from any age, any religion, any belief system. And how do you have a space for this this belief moment?
Thank you for the question. I was thinking about the spiritual place, which is not specific towards any of the, let's say, yes. But at the last moment, I somehow took it out Yes, but if I would revise my project, I would definitely include such space, yes, yes.
Sorry, small up comment. I think that would be bringing one space, maybe, you know, that is.
Yeah, I will maybe add to the question. I will maybe explain my answer a bit longer to you. When comparing these case studies with urban and rural, in most cases in rural settings they had these spiritual places because of the size of the also location, the program and the connections. In most cases in urban setting they didn't have a lot of cases the spiritual place. Maybe also that was like a question from my side to implement it or not, but of course in the future it would be developed. I would add such space, yes.
What's the roof comment? What is the white volume on the roof?
You mean this box?
Yes, what is that?
This is the staircase where you can, which connects also all floors, and you don't have to pass through this private ward where you disturb the patient, so you can access the roof terrace also from this side, so you don't pass the ward.
Yeah, it's just airport crane roof, for example, something this direction somehow. Thank you.
No, it's okay. But as I understand, it's very difficult to find any negative comments here. I think you've done a very good job. But you're writing that the architectural concept is defined by a clear and minimalistic cubic form with an open courtyard, creating a balance between simplicity and openness. I think you've done much more than that. You're very modest. Because if you could do me a favor, to put on the second floor plan on the screen. You know, you're talking about the different zones, which I can understand. I mean, this is a hospice in the care design, and you know, it's an urban hospice. And then you talk about the private and the public spaces and everything in between. Now, if you look at this one, which I'm intrigued by, is that it's not just, as you were saying, a cubic form and an open courtyard. I like very much the way you treated the outside. And can you tell me the openness and the curved screens where you can sit there in peace and quiet? Now, is this now facing the lake, the upper side? I can't quite understand in relation to the site plan. Where is the lake?
The lake is here.
Yeah, so then you have these screens facing that way and also the other way. Were you tempted also to do it the other two sides? Because if you had it on the left-hand side of the plan, you're facing southwest. You know, a lot of sun. Were you tempted to do that, or did you want to limit it to those two sides?
I didn't quite catch the question. I'm sorry.
Sorry, talking about the screens, the curved screens outside, where people can sit.
Yeah.
If you have, and they are, if you like, on the drawing, north, east and southwest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But why didn't you do it on the other two sides? Because it was a deliberate decision, or was it difficult access? Or, yeah.
Okay.
Especially on the other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I call them in my project as curtains.
Yeah.
Because also we have this historical reference from David Tasma, which was also the inspiration behind the UK's Maggie's Centre with Dame Cecilia Sanders. And after the war, they sat in this how to say, dark hospital, and they were thinking about a window that opens up the view.
Right.
Sorry for the long intro, but in my opinion, when I designed this, I thought about the feeling when you open up a window and the curtain like flows in the air. So this wooden, let's say, curved form for me resembles this feeling of a curtain, which like when you open the window. So that's why I placed it only. It's for the wards. It's not for the patient's rooms. We're also integrated these sliding shallows, where you can, if you want to be very private and at the last hours also close the room fully black, or let's say dimmer. So you can also close the window. And here, since there are public spaces, I actually didn't need to place such elements because
Okay, thanks very much for
functionally needed.
a good answer. Thank you.
Yeah, Baiba, thank you very much. It's very, very good done. And intelligently, how to say, and not loud architecture, but like say, a bit calm. You feel like a calmness here, and that's nice. You found a way how to do this in the best way. I think it's very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much from my side also, and I do not have any questions because you showed everything and everything is visible in your architecture, so it's beautiful. It fits for the place, it fits for the neighborhood, and mainly it fits for the purpose. And yes, it's perfect. Even the chosen place in Riga is, I guess, very, very good. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Vaiba. Yeah, I think this is a great project because it shows the huge investment in the research side of it, but you didn't stop there, and you actually got to a fantastic architecture. And I like, as well, I just mentioned about the screens. I think these screens and these are really wonderful. But what I really like the best is how you set it into the relief, and this internal courtyard in section travels underneath. Can you have a good section for that? I just think that's really a spatially wonderful thing that you can actually, the spatial aspects of the building on the inside and the outside have this very interesting relationship with that courtyard and how you've nestled it into the site. I think it's wonderful. And just want to congratulate you for the sophistication, both in the research and in the architectural result. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to have a little bit of a change in schedule since we're behind. We are going to, I'm going to ask the jury now here. It is 1 o'clock now. I propose that we take a half-hour lunch. We come back at 1:30, 1:35, and we continue. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's welcome Reinis Saliņš and to mention his scientific supervisors, Viesturs Celmiņš and Ute Schneider, professor in Vienna University. Please, Reinis, the floor is yours.
Hi. So thank you for being here. Super rare occasion to hear so many opinions and reviews after that. So today I will present, I will focus on potential to densify Riga through new urban typology, which is based on a local Latvian cultural specifics. And the study problem I was looking at was specifically the problem that in the last 20 years Riga city has been shrinking, more than 30% of inhabitants, and as a result all the agglomeration areas grew by 20%. And when we're looking on a market, we see a lack of affordable housing options, and as well there is no really alternatives to the suburban house qualities as we see. And as Pierre Vittorio Aureli said, we live in quite a poor environment. We are lacking meaningful spaces, and that's a result of this commodified attitude towards housing. And the quest to define urban typology, I was looking specifically on the territories a little bit outside the city center where both of these typologies collide, the suburban houses and the residential houses. And the whole idea to define a framework for typology was to create this bridge typology that mediates both of these scales, and that's intermediate size typology. And how you do it is first of all, I was looking on what exactly means intermediate size typology. There's a list of rules. The second, I was looking in a historical cases and learning from that from 1400s till 900s. For example, that the integration of working and living has always been there. It's like the idea of villa as a palladio, villa rotonda, for example, never existed as a healthy option. Even that villa is living quite next to Vicenza and feed culturally as well in all other ways. And we see a lot of shared amenities, and that actually enhances the social connectivity, especially through a lot of shared and semi and public gardens. The second topic I was looking on also Matthias Ungers. In 70s, he researched a lot of this topic and defined quite clearly human-centric scale as important, and architecture identity, which comes back to the Latvian identity at the end. A list of other principles, Peter Vittorio Aureli and dogma. He looks specifically on political aspect of communal ownership and as well on cooperation, that different types of ownership can bring to the totally different qualities of housing options and outcomes. And as well, he defines the flexible, adaptive layouts and as architectural simplicity in a sense of being able to be affordable. Learning from Lausanne in Switzerland, there's the whole city built on urban villa typology. It's a little bit different, but still, there I learned a lot of how the communal green spaces and the ground floor public spaces actually work, and the whole city can be green. You see in the last image. And you can't actually build a good typology not respecting all the good principles that has been already established through the urban planning, and as well as a walkability, public transport, mobility, and cultural and historical preservation. And then through the modern case studies, I was looking not only in Europe, but as well in Japan and America in a lot of ways how they develop. And as well, there was a lot of examples of social housing that deals with these type of qualities and achieve way more. And you can't do it without respecting our local specifics, because you can't see them outside of Latvia, and they are defining a lot. For example, privacy as a priority, and as well low pressure social engagement and desire for quiet living. And what I came to the conclusion was that houses symbolizes autonomy and independence for us as a Latvian culture. Outside from that, I created a measuring system where I see how each of the typology acts inside the urban situation. But I'm skipping this for today. And the territories I looked was on the left side of a river was called DM, which is a low-rise residential development with the potential of twin row houses as well residential houses, because they offered, like from a low-rise, the most supportive way of looking on these. I chose 3 sites a little bit randomly, but at the same time I was looking at where the most of the free plots are. This you see with the black line marked. On the first side, which is DM1, I chose 2 sites, one small, one big. The DM3, which is closer to the city center, I chose just one site and one on the Kalncium Street, which is the most urban situation. and I will go through just the principles so you understand what defines these things. And the first site I'm using is it's a very small one, 600. You can build only one house. So the first affordable principle is you maximize the allowed build area to build a house as well height-wise. You create a simple architecture which is very easily to build with simple dimensions and structural principles. And in this case, you see there is a green roof usable because there's a lack of space because you use everything and there's not so much left as a potential. Each unit has a few key principles. First one is you always need to have a connection to the ground floor, which is as well symbolizes the independence and availability and owning your own place. The second is you maximize the daylight to being open to 2 or 3 sites. If you can't do it on one level, you do it on the next one when the units are rotating. The third one is you always try to mix the typologies in a way that you, as well, as I mentioned, you have the see-through principles, that you have the ventilation and all other principles, but the combination of different size of typologies allows as well a more diverse way of people to choose. And each of the rooms have possibility as well to be either built or used as an office or different function, and the open spaces always have the dimensions and being a possibility to be built in the future as a flexible layout. The second size is a little bit bigger one, and you can see already there's a potential to build 2 buildings. So I was looking what's happening in a case like that, and there start to become a tension in between them and a potential to use this space more meaningful. As you see, the space which goes in between a collective space, you have the front garden for cars and parkings and entrances, and then there's the space between these buildings dedicated for communal use has a potential to have, in my case, you see an apple garden, and then outside of that you have the green buffers which frames each of the private terraces. And architectural language and principles are a little bit similar as you saw before, but everybody has their own private connection to the territory as well. And here you see on the second building, the principles are quite similar. But you see what's happening when you use 4 layouts. It's a little bit more difficult or special gymnastic, but at the same time, all of them have an entrance from one side, and then the units are rotating, so you always have see-through and openness to the 3 sides. And what's important to mention that each of the units are quite small and efficient. In this case, 2-bedroom flat is 64 square meters, and spatial. This will be. The third site deals a little bit with a different topic. It goes way closer to the center. There's a recommendation for a little bit of a public function. So in this case, I introduce an office space. I use a small unit based on a 4-square grid as a possibility for prefabrication, and as well how to use the same typology or a building and to multiply in a lot of ways just by rotating them. And here you see the communal space that goes in between. Is facing all the units, and here the units, the principles are quite similar. And here you see the potential, for example, for the office space. It looks to the public courtyard, and this comes from the urban principles that you always have the communication and visual connection to the courtyard where people are playing. And the most interesting one, the last one, was I tested in the most dense area, urban, of all the 4 sites. It's a 2-unit combination, and here we start to see a little bit of a different principle. This is one building connected with outside stairs, and the reason for that is that the ground floor is dedicated for communal, for the public function. In this case, potential for restaurant, as example. And when you go through the building, you have all the addresses and entrances to the building. Still, your own private entrance as a private house. Here comes principles of layering of spaces from private to public to semi-public. And the open staircase functions as a filter, where behind that is a hidden children playground and as well communal space. And these principles comes only as a need because you don't have a space anymore to the ground floor to dedicate for privacy. And that's the principle why the terraces and balconies come as an additional extension to the outdoor space, because you don't have the ground floor, but you still keep the outside communication and the entrance to their unit as your own private thing. And on the last slide, you can see the backside building. It deals with the same privacy as I showed in the previous options, but you have the outdoor space that connects to the roof as a communal activity space for all the residents that don't have the privacy on a territory level. And that's about the conclusion. The conclusion is the conclusion is quite simple. The framework gives way more potential to test it, to experiment with it, as well with the much wider social groups and as well more complex territories and places. I choose specifically to be very pragmatic in a very organized manner to speak about the architecture, so it's much more easy to grasp and understand the potential of what does it mean when you change the way of how you own a land and how collectively you can achieve way more. And that's about it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Renis. I'll move forward with your reviewers, Linda Slaitane's evaluation. She has evaluated your work positively, and starting with part A, the positive qualities. The thesis explores the concept of the urban villa, addressing the critical need for balancing privacy, community, and cultural identity within Riga's urban densification strategy. The topic is both timely and highly relevant, with significant practical, theoretical implications for urban development. The research employs a well-structured methodology, incorporating historical analysis, comparative case studies, and a framework for integrating cultural preferences with urban design principles. And continuing disadvantages and imperfections, although the research presents a strong theoretical framework, the practical aspects of implementing the typology design, such as cost implications, construction methods, and scalability, are not sufficiently detailed. While sustainability is a key theme in the thesis, the strategies outlined for the achieving environmental goals, such as energy efficiency and material selection, are not elaborated upon in depth. And moving on with part B, positive qualities. The project skillfully bridges theoretical insights with practical applications, presenting a design framework that addresses both the spatial needs of residents and broader urban challenges such as sustainability and social cohesion. The inclusion of shared spaces such as courtyards, communal gardens, and interactive ground floor spaces fosters social interaction while respecting the need for privacy. This creates a human-scaled environment that supports diverse lifestyles. The project emphasizes harmony in scale, proportions, materiality, and light, creating an aesthetically appealing and functional structure. While some imperfections, while the design concept is innovative, the technical aspects such as detailed construction methodologies, material specifications, and energy systems are not elaborated upon. This lack of detail may limit the project's feasibility in real-world application. Although sustainable principles are mentioned, a more in-depth analysis of passive design principles, renewable energy integration, or life cycle assessments of materials would strengthen the project's environmental focus. And continuing with Lene's question, one of the questions, how could the urban villa typology be adapted for the cities with cultural values, regulatory environments, or urban challenges that differ significantly from Riga's context?
This was one of the fields I didn't spend too much time, but which is something that I need to research further. That as we spoke with Lena, we came to the conclusion that actually there's a lot of cases already like that in small cities like Kuldig and for example in Thesis. So there's already case studies where urban will, the thing is it's just not defined. It's not that we don't see it as like that because it doesn't have a label like on it. So when you go outside of the Riga, the problematics or the possibilities for that type of typology are exactly the same, probably with a less density and in a city center, but it has a huge potential to expand, because the framework or the principles, what defines it are the key elements which you use to kind of build upon and respect the. As you saw in each of the cases, the outcome is totally different, even if you use the same principles and you see you need more private, or you have a possibility for more privacy, you go in one direction, or if it's more dense, you go in more collective manner, but still achieve the same qualities. So that's how I see it if it spans outside of Riga territory.
Okay, I'll ask one more question. What specific strategies, such as renewable energy systems, sustainable materials, or passive design principles, would you prioritize in implementing the urban villa to enhance its environmental sustainability?
This one is a good topic. I didn't have a chance to express it, because my focus is on typology, and so it means you need to define sustainable principles as its basic core. For example, it would be you need to build way with less materials than needed. You need to get rid of all the complexities. I use very small dimensions to be able to efficiently use very rigid structures as well, which gives a potential as well for prefabrication and materiality. One key aspect which is as well sustainable is, as I mentioned, open to the 2 or 3 sides to have the natural ventilation possibility, as well the natural daylight. The connection to the ground floor is a key sustainable principle to be able to have your own urban gardening close to the city center. And what else? Maybe I forgot to mention. As I see it, the flexibility or possibility to adapt to different needs through the time, which brings, if you have very structured typology principles, you can adapt the spaces or extend each of the rooms, even with the neighbor. And these are, how I see it, these are the most sustainable principles that you can have, that the building itself is very meaningful, and as well through the time span, it doesn't need to be kind of rebuilt or restructured in a different way, which takes the most resources out. And everything that is possible as an add-on, solar panels, heat pumps, and everything else, as Dinis likes to mention, these are always possible, and there's no reason why not to use them, but it doesn't define the typology as itself.
Okay, thank you, Renis. Let's proceed with the evaluation from the jury.
Well, I had the most exciting week while I was spending time with those where I had the chance to review the projects, and Renis, you did a massive job. We had a conversation where you explained everything, and I also enjoyed how you condensed your enormous research in 8 minutes. That's always a pleasure to see how it's possible. So no further questions from my side. I will proceed with Helvis.
Thank you a lot. The quality of renders I don't see on my Instagram even. You know, the extent until you have manufactured them is amazing, just amazing. Compliments for your work, compliments for your research. Palladio, Ungers, Aureli, very nice company you're hanging out. A bit problem I have with the 3 city examples that you're comparing is Lausanne, Tokyo, and Riga. These are 3 very beautiful cities, but I'm not sure it is easy to compare them or take some kind of conclusions of each of them somehow. Lausanne is very small, very walkable, so human scale, so rich. Well, Tokyo is forever, right, going, and Riga is something, you cannot say it's in between, but I think this type of villas are placing heavy load on public transport infrastructures. How would you deal with the public transport and these kind of systems as the land we would need to increase the cities and they would go on? How would you react towards the infrastructure with these type of villas? As Lausanne, it's okay, it doesn't need big public transport system. Tokyo, transport system stops at 11 o'clock in the night, and Riga doesn't work also in the nights. What could we do with these kind of situations in the outskirts of Riga?
Step by step. The first one was why I showed Lausanne, because the interesting thing is already in 1800s, they already chose the urban villa as a key typology that they will build city upon. So they have a lot of principles what they include, the respect for typography, the green space, and the thing is you can use this typology and have the whole city like that. That's why there is a specific chapter only for Lausanne. As I mentioned, a little bit of principles of typologies used all around Europe and as well world. Japan I use only because they have very high ability to live collectively together, and I was looking only on buildings itself and how they deal with the space and the structure and how they achieve the privacy and all these principles. And the key thing was I was looking on the spatial principles, how they put two buildings together, three, or they do the circle system, not as a city or as a principle that is used inside the city. It's only for affordable principles and living together because there's lack of land inside the city. So that's, I don't compare these situations at all because they're totally different principles used. And through the Europe as well, there's a lot of parallels to the Latvian principles because they use this principle for social housing, especially bringing urban gardening and people together because they understand this connection is not healthy for that type of things. And the transport is always a problem of a transport, that's for sure. And even if you think of densifying these DM zones, which is very close to the city, they are already included. And I'm not looking to extend the territory, I'm against extending the territory. What I'm speaking about is that we have enough space inside the city to build it in a quality way that people have the same qualities that they are searching actually for outside the city. And I'm saying, no, you can have them here as well. You can have the cultural and social connection not being so much disconnected, but still have the Latvian culture importance of privacy, the green, the connection to the ground, and how I call the quiet living. So I'm looking on that point, not to the opposite.
Mm-hmm. And I was wondering, in some cases, in some houses, I can see that some materials could be maybe deconstructed and placed together in a different assemble. Would that be a possibility in your future moment, you know?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm thinking, should I dive in the materiality? Because there was a lot of fights in my head. The first one was to use very cheap industrial materials, because I'm speaking of affordability. At the same time, I don't want to speak of architecture as an expression, because I'm speaking of typology. I use as well wood in some cases. And then in the most urban villa, I use cheap tiles, which you can buy in depot with the cheapest price, the 10 by 20 centimeters, and as well plaster, which is just scraped, so have a little bit of a shadow play. So the principles are, they should be more elaborated to give a coherent story. I thought of all of these principles when I was designing, but the process was very one-directional street to get everything as it comes. So yes, in some cases, I imagine, for example, the 4 assembled buildings on the 4-scale grid. It's just 4 columns and 1 in between and beams, and then you put everything CLTs, and you can dismantle it and as well. So there's a potential for all of these things. So there is no complex solutions as a manner of architecture. Maybe closer to the city center, you start to become more gymnastic with the geometry, but. So that's the longer answer to the yes.
Yeah, no, I just saw some moments and some center have been going concrete, but in some facades you can see some corrugated, nice, lovely steel plates that could be reused, right, for adaptability, sense of future, and so on. That's why I set up the question.
Plaster, that was meant as a plaster, but yes.
Sorry. It's far, I'm going to get them closer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm also very impressed with what you've done. I'm holding your thesis. I think it's the thickest book of all I've seen so far, which reflects that you've done a very thorough research job. I also enjoyed seeing all your drawings, your renderings, your plans, very detailed. So, but I still would like to come with some critical questions, if that's all right. Semi-critical. Now, you started by saying that you're looking for a new topology, which I accept. I'll come back to that. But you're also saying that you should be affordable housing. right? Do you think this is very affordable? I mean, your houses here, the new ones are either most are 2 stories. There's one exception of 3. Some are roof terraces, 2-story roof terrace, also with some solar panels, great. But it costs a lot in relation to foundations, etc. So I just wonder is this an answer to affordable housing? Why don't build 3 or 4 stories, more apartments? But I accept what you've done, but I just keep asking myself, is this very affordable? When you talk about the typology, you have developed an interesting, this could easily be prefabricated, you know, the way the new architecture of yours is, I'm sure will fit in, but Riga has got, for instance, the greatest collection of, or the biggest collection of Art Nouveau buildings in the world. Now, they're not all next to each other. In some streets, yes, but not everywhere. But would you don't have any problems in bringing these types of houses into wherever you like, without relating it to the existing environment? I know it's a difficult question. These days, people like to have, if not copy, but more related to the neighbor. You don't seem to have paid much attention to that. But again, I think it's probably justifiable because there is such a lot of variety in Riga. It's not like if you know Edinburgh, new town. It's a larger collection of Georgian architecture in the world. And then you couldn't fit this in. But you feel that if you are right next to a couple of beautiful Art Nouveau houses, could you put one of these next to it?
There's few interesting comments I will try. The first one was, it's important to take in account the territory I was choosing, because it's already defined, for example, the height, 2 stories, and there's, in certain cases, 2.5 stories. That's why, if needed, I use a roof as a green extra space for amenities, which already defines what type of houses you can have, because the ground floor space is limited, and that's why I always have 2-story spaces with an open staircase to have the maximum spatial experience. And the units by themselves, they are small, 60, 70 square meters for 2-3 bedroom flats. Could be smaller. And I'm not, yes, I use text affordable maybe too loudly, but firstly I compare it to suburban houses and the alternatives that actually are most in favor of. So I'm fighting against these ones. And I choose the territories that are not in a historical city center. The closest one is on Council Street. And it's very important to understand that this co-housing or collective living principles only work from bottom up. So the thing is that people who are involved in developing such typologies come with their as well preferences, or either one or the other one are you like it or not. So that's why yes, there is huge potential to respect the urban way more than maybe I did it, but at the same time I didn't look too close to the city center to respect it or to have possibility to respect it. That's why I never go higher than 2.5 stories, because it's not allowed to none of these territories.
I think that's a good answer, but I mean, I don't know all these streets, as you probably know, but you're kind of kept away from the city center.
Yes, in this case, yeah.
Very wisely. Thank you very much for a good answer.
I do remember one comment. I thought that you will provide this particular drawing for me, since we discussed that. And the particular question was, how does your urban typology fits in a broader scale, in an urban scale? You have chosen a few places in Agenskans, and when we talked about this while I was reviewing your project, I thought that this is something which is lacking probably some kind of analysis. How it could go. Maybe you could just put on the slides where your 4 urban situations are, and maybe have some kind of comments regarding this.
So I didn't show it. That was the image, because it's very quick for the last evening. Okay. Yeah, you put way more pressure on these territories, of course, because more residents compared to neighbor buildings where there's just one family. You start to put there 4 and 6 and so on. it's a pressure on our network as well as we know it. But interestingly, when you kind of rotate and look on it, at least in this territory we were talking about, it doesn't change so much because all of the buildings anyway mostly use the most spaces, less meaningful with the garages and things like that. But if you squeeze your eyes, you can't notice which one is which in some way. But that's very visual judgment. But that's a next topic for sure, to see what's actually the effect when you start to put more of them together. You can see a little bit on the table. There's 4 together, so it's yeah.
Thank you.
Really, that is great what you have done. And this analysis and all this background, what you studied, this is amazing. That is what we need, because we have different practices in our territory here with the housing, with these private houses, with different types. But we have no analysis, totally not about this thing. Everybody practicing, let's say, in free flying, and no theory, no analysis, no conclusions, no let's say, something which can take some theory about that. And you did a part of theory, how housing can be developed. I am very impressed. And first what I asked to Linda when I saw these pictures, is it built? He did it. He did it himself in so young ages, because it looks like reality. And I don't believe my eyes. Yeah, and therefore it is very special job what you did. Thank you very much for that. It's very useful for a future, for our thinking, yeah. Thank you. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really impressive, and I like really, and it's very necessary. And actually, yes, we deserve this research. Thank you very much. Actually, I do not have any questions. Maybe some comments which are close to Ola's comments about the typology, what maybe could be developed more or stated. Well, it's fine with these buildings. They are really nice, and just maybe some more explanations where to use what and what to take into consideration if doing something somewhere else. If you understand what I'm trying to say, maybe that could just add a bit to your research, but anyway, it's really good job. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Dan. Yeah, beautiful, great research, and the renderings and how you've actually shown those to us, as the others have said, is fantastic, beautiful. I have a question, maybe it's similar to Linda's, about the, have you thought about how a typology can impact the urban fabric versus how the urban fabric may impact the type, and then to figure out, I'm sure you've thought about this, but how to make that decision? I guess that's one question. And the other thing is, I know you've spent a lot of time investigating these villas. You even went to see the Palladio's, villas in Italy, and I'm just, what would you think, or what would you say? This is not a trick question, but what do you think is the essence of the word villa today? What is the, because it changes over the centuries, the types change, and just in your own thinking, what do you think that essence here in the context of what you've now shown us? Yeah. But if you answer the first question, I guess the first one, if how does type impact the urban fabric, and the urban fabric could impact the type, I guess. Yeah.
I think the biggest two impacts on which way to choose or to go is definitely the plot size, because it's closely related to the normatives. because that defines either you can build 1 or 2 houses, for example. The bigger the plot, the more possibility to have bigger variety. The closer you go, where more density is allowed, you start to use the totally different principles. Or if the public function is present to the territory, you immediately need to balance it out with more collective principles, as I mentioned before. So the location or distance to the center, the normatives and the plot sizes defines the most if you look on a typology as it is. The respect to the territory outside the build lines and these things, I specifically ignored. I tried to kind of cover a broader area and to be a little bit of open or to these things and not be too specific. Otherwise, I would lose like the conclusions I could come out at the end. But these are the key points that definitely defines which direction you should go or you can go.
And just one other thing, I know you've had these wonderful, during the work process, you had these wonderful sections or these showing how these types, work in section. And this is great to see these in plan, but I think sometimes showing 1 or 2 sections, how you allow those different units to live together and at the same time create those views and privacies. Maybe comment on that.
Yeah, this was, I specifically chose to do it in other, not specifically, I needed to skip somewhere to put effort into other topics. That's why I didn't do the sections, but as Jenny already did, the models themselves, almost most of them you can take them off and you see the spaces that kind of rotates around, and you see the connections or the openness that each room as well feeds from the central light and the visual connections, and that's the same, for example, as well here. And the one you did already. So
Helvig wasn't successful in that.
So that was a strategic choice not to put focus on facades, and these things are in booklet, but this tells more than a section.
Yeah, no, but very good. This is what the point I wanted you to make, because in the models it's clear then. Yeah, thank you. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
I'll ask Senia Sapega to get ready for her presentation.
I think we should slide this down.
Let's welcome Ksenia Savek, and to mention her scientific supervisors, they are Ilse Paklone, Doctor in Architecture, and Dirk-Jan Postel, Master in Architecture. Please, Ksenia, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Ksenia, and today I'm going to present my vision of meta library, developed in the context of technological progress and balanced with exceptional reading and sensory experience. Technological progress has quite huge but controversial impact in our daily life and education. From one hand, it enhances many processes, but from other hand, it may cause in the long term mental health negative impact and also negative impact on in-person social communication. The research shows that the libraries are transforming through the time together with information storage tools from stones till the laptops today, and the social role of library becoming even more and more valuable through the time. So in my meta library, I expand the borders of understanding of usual library, and the technologies manage all the book management and the security of collection, and the architecture design elements can focus on the sensory experience of visitors. 21st century case studies were studied in A part, different examples of public university and national libraries. Some of them are integrated into landscape, some of them contain train station inside, and all of these were taken into account while I was designing my proposal. Also, some personal observations of library were conducted together with interdisciplinary interviews with librarian, architect of library, and a social planner who is a fan of libraries, and neuromarketing expert with whom we discussed in details about the sensory experiences. The location is in Birkenhead. You already know this viral water, huge development going on here, and the area defined as one of most deprived in the whole UK, with quite low level of higher education. So the library of new generation has a potential to enforce existing network of libraries in the region and enhance overall literacy level. Currently, the site consists mostly of industrial objects, but the huge development going on there will dramatically change the image of the place and probably will change the social portrait of the inhabitants. So the meta library proposed in between of those developments in the center of residential, commercial and educational developments to provide the social network platform where existing population and newcomers can bridge together and create coherent community. The site is located next to the potential water road taxi and planned mass transit here with partly underground parking. Landscape is a bit raised and accessibility also enhanced. All the passes leading to visit the meta library and create additional variety of open spaces around. About the building geometry, I choose the round shape form and the atrium till the parking level to enhance light penetration and maximize these light scenarios inside the building. Curved escalators, elevators, and book storage at this site provide easy travel of books and visitors between the levels. Outer shape enhanced with the path around the building leading to the rooftop using site-inspired landscape elements, and it demonstrates values of library leading through the spaces and the visual connection also provide access on each floor. The facade inspired with light reflections of water and the gradient of textured mud and the clear glass panels around the building create a gradient of different properties of privacy level and light scenarios. Intermediate zone planned as balconies and open galleries, you see detail here. Library program consists from variety of reading zones together with extra functions for community engagement, also collaboration, learning and a workspace there. And the distribution of those programs driven from the context. North side dedicated for the calm recreational reading, separated by automated storage block, and this side, blue one, is a focus zone which faces the educational facilities, contains offices, co-working spaces, auditorium and a cafeteria. Southwest, yellow one, is the active zone, most sunlighted, with the kids area, common reading zones, book sharing and interactive installations. A bit about sensory experiences. The wider scheme is developed for each zone, but here you can see examples of more intense visual experiences through the connectivity. Visual one between the spaces, for example, in auditorium, it might be created with a transparent glass or smart glass which became matte if needed, or completely black out with the curtains. Visual connection for readers in a green reading zone with the park outside, or also it might be delivered with technologies, VR, AR, and interactive projections. Auditory experiences provided by acoustics, but some of those are special. For example, audiovisual studios, where people can create their own content, or specific reading zones with a sound effect, direct sound, or distributed one controlled by sound panels. Tactile experiences are mostly done in a variety of furniture materials, soft, movable, cozy furniture in book sharing, common reading area, and a kids zone. Olfactory experience probably the most specific one. So in the whole building, it's done by air purifier plants or light stands to provide some more intense mood. For example, pine and lavender for relax, or lemon for the focus. Some sense samples might be integrated as library of smells. Sense of belonging as additional layer created and supported by book sharing, digital installation where the people can implement their own ideas and content through the audiovisual studios. For the more conservative users, I also developed a more common reading zone and office spaces, and all the public functions as a key zone, auditorium, cafeteria, bookshop located on the first floor, so it does not require any specific knowledge or effort to access it. So that was my vision of a meta library which opened new opportunities where experience delivered with emotional engagement. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ksenia. Moving forward with the reviewer's evaluation. Reviewer Linda Leitane has evaluated your work positively. The positive qualities of a part. The thesis addresses a relevant and forward-thinking topic focusing on the transformation of libraries in context of technological advancements and evolving social needs. The concept of the meta-library demonstrates originality by integrating human-centric design principles with digital innovation, aiming to create a multisensory and inclusive library experience. The project has a practical significance, offering design insights for the future libraries and theoretical depth, exploring the intersection of architecture, neuroscience and technology to redefine library spaces. Some disadvantages and imperfections. The integration of digital tools and technological advancements is well addressed, but the balance between physical and digital experiences could be explored more thoroughly, especially for users who prefer traditional library features. Although sensory experience are emphasized, a detailed technical analysis or precise architectural elements, such as material selection or specific spatial layouts, could better illustrate how these experiences are implemented. And positive qualities from your practical B part. The design proposal for the metal library and contextualized for Birkenheads is innovative and forward-thinking, addressing the evolving role of libraries in the context of technological progress. Its focus on sensory experiences, a human-centered design, highlights originality and creativity. The project integrates diverse functions such as reading areas, maker spaces, interactive technology zones, and olfactory enhanced environments, showcasing the author's ability to create a multi-faced and inclusive design that appeals to a wide range of user needs. And some disadvantages to mention: while this thesis presents an innovative design and technical details for implementing features like sensory spaces, advanced technologies and eco-friendly materials are not fully developed. Certain aspects of the design, such as an olfactory and auditory experiences, while compelling, remains abstract and are not supported by clear methodologies for their integration or measurable impacts. Although the circular geometry is visually striking, it may pose challenges for space efficiency and navigation. On the question, what are the potential challenges and limitations in implementing the proposed sensory and technological elements in the library design, and how can these be mitigated to ensure feasibility and inclusivity?
I would say main challenge for design and during the design process and in general might be that the final social portrait and the user preferences are not clear yet, because the area and the town in general is in development process. So I can just assume what kind of people it will bring there, and it might be mitigated with a participatory design, and while the building itself might remain same, but inside the content might be also produced by the visitors and activists later. And second part of the question.
There's a part of the question. Okay.
Second part of the answer. Sorry, and the financial aspects for realizing the structural elements with load-bearing glass walls, panels, and all this pearl thing, and also digital content inside. That's of course expensive thing, but the current development is going on with a real estate huge company together with municipality, and I believe that deeper research on the positive impact on social well-being and perspective of the library to bring together all these office workers and students students for collaboration might be also has a positive financial impact for their development, since they already invested in Met College, so they build the college before the whole development, so they can learn and teach students to how to build this development. So it's kind of circular construction site where they bring the students and they teach them how to build, and they build a new town there. That was
And
it.
I'll read one more question because there's two, at least today. How does your design address diverse needs of various user groups, including those with disabilities, older adults, or individuals with limited technology literacy, to ensure the Met Library remains an inclusive space for all?
I already included one slide with neutral spaces for very sensitive people who will not like those sensory stimuli, and all the public functions located on the first floor. As director of library mentioned, that the library has a huge role of helping elderly people and people with limited digital literacy or limited access to digital tools to break this barrier and assist them with daily tasks. So I see that this first floor is the most accessible one, and then the elevators and the ramps will provide access for people with disabilities, and even walk with a bicycle in hand till the top terrace. So I think. Thank you. And it was one more question.
No, but let's move on.
Okay. I have quick illustration. That's why I asked for the last question.
Thank you, Ksenia. We had possibility to chat also together while I was reviewing your thesis. Probably, I will not comment nothing except that you could describe a bit more regarding your general plan, the logic behind making new bridge, making a new connection with the city, and how it goes with the waterfront. This is something which I was missing in your story today.
Okay, and maybe it's going to be a bit easier to do it on this model. Initially, from the first renders, as I noticed, there were planned two more buildings, one more skyscraper here and one more here. And I wanted to create the cultural horizontal orientational landmark to balance somehow the vertical commercial development there. Existing plan blocked the access to the water here. They didn't provide any water access from that side, so I decided to work oppositely and put the building in the center, so it faces a park from this side and has multiple open spaces with a step towards water, and the bridge is provided, open one, to the Met College, and the knowledge hub will be there, so these educational facilities are in a better contact. Also, existing latest plans I found lack a bit of parking spaces. There is one separate building for the parking, and there is no car access provided here, at least in the plans I could found. So I created the entrance to the building by car through this ramp here underground, and made the parking only half underground, so they can have also kind of daylight. So the parking place with green part here and the light through the atrium can be also nice place to be, not just put the car, but also the start of experience. And from this side, during the previous workshop, I proposed a water taxi road around the way, and this part of the building and the bridge canopy and this side could serve as a hub for the water taxi station.
Thank you so much for your project. I think it's well worked out. The graphics, the communication, the floor plans, the concept also. But on the concept, the meta library, right? The meta, we are referring to meta generation of the new technology, the new meta world.
Yes.
Could you tell us, what do you understand with this word meta?
Some people understand meta as everything going to be totally digitalized.
Mm-hmm.
We can avoid this, that it just make our life more effective. But from other hand, I prefer to perceive technologies as super tools to enhance our inner state. That's why I put them kind of together with a sensory experience, but a bit below. So they just serve to open up architectural prospects, so we don't need to create the layout of library according to the literature position in a specific place. So it might be automated. The people, workers in the library become more free because of a lot of their duties done by technologies, and they could serve to society. So I see this meta in a balance between technology and something more natural as human being.
Mm-hmm.
If it is.
Yeah. Thank you. No, it's just meta you can access from different points. You can access from Facebook, Silicon Valley, global capitalism, share falling, project of so on and so forth. There's many different meta levels we can discuss about here. So I really wanted to hear what is your understanding of this sublayer. I wish a bit I would see in the floor plans some more functions drawn out. You have a lot of still relatively empty spaces, right? But you can draw them. You can draw actions. You can draw inside humans doing this, maybe taking a small nap. I often fall asleep when I read books, right?
That's true. I was trying to do it through the render, so my plans remain clear.
I see, but a big part is plans. Okay. We communicate architecture with the plans very often. I wanted to drop in another function, what I have seen, but I have never saw any library trying to do. I saw it in Beijing, in a forbidden city, in the Imperial Palace. There was a room to write poetry. I have never seen a room in a library that initiates me to write poetry. They always tell me to read books. But I would like to write something.
I believe you, me, and somebody else from here will need different atmosphere.
Yes.
So
exactly, you need the condition.
I was trying to create the variety of places so each of us could find the nicest corner and write the poem there.
And do you think the meta will help us to write poetry? Say yes. Yes. Thank you.
I agree with I agree with Helvis that you could have shown more functions inside your building, but I think this is probably the building where you can write poetry. I think you've done an excellent job, and I think I was being reminded recently that libraries will be closing down because people stop going there to lend books or read newspaper, whatever. But the answer is no. The answer is that I think the library is one of the main meeting places of the future. it's, you know, you go even to meet people, they enjoy yourself and exchange views, etc. I think what you have demonstrated very clearly. And I think this is, you talk about the sense of belonging. Obviously, it's exciting both on the inside and the outside when you approach it. I think it's also very interesting what you're saying, that it'll be like an exceptional reading and sensory experience coming out. I think that's all very true. So and also I think the way you connected the other parts around Birkenhead is very clever, the way you've done it. And to me, this is like probably one of the best examples I've seen of horizontal monumentality. If you look at your model here, I don't know if that's being built or tall buildings in Birkenhead or going to come, but you are very low down, you are kind of subtle, but probably the most monumental of all of them. It's a good example of horizontal monumentality. And I really hope this will be built on Birkenhead. Thank you.
They still have chance.
Xenia, thank you very much for this, and I liked very much your answer that you tried to get in balance this meta and this human part of life, and I think you are in good success with that. And Helvis, when you see such an architect, it's inspiring you to write the poems, no? Don't you think so?
I need a room with a function.
You find a corner.
There's no corners.
Therefore, Helvis, therefore I'm saying, find a corner. Thank you, Xenia.
There are couples corners in the plan.
Thank you very much. On the first hand, I wanted to ask, maybe you could be more flexible about the inner plans, and this very greatly sitting in the side rounded form might be also functioning inside, but now I understood you needed that corner for Elvis. So thank you for corners. Yes, but be seriously, very, very good job, and in both scales, in a master plan scale, where it really calms down that monumentality of the most dense areas in the city in the future, I guess, and it really makes like stopping point both outside and inside. So you really created good area in a city scale and also internally. I do not have any questions, actually. You answered all questions already in your presentation, and everything is very clear and understandable on your board, so very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Ksenia, thank you. Yeah, beautiful presentation, graphics, the models are exquisite, just wonderful to look at. And I looking at the plans, I really appreciate the fact, the decision that you made not to place a radial plan concept into a circle. It's really, I think it's really nice that you used the XY Cartesian grid within the circle, and this nice balance between these corner buildings or spaces versus the curve. So that I think it helps you even read the curve, and the way you did on the facade, your choice of this opaque glass together with vision glass. And I can just see this in the evening as this wonderful. The building sort of dematerializes itself. It's not this really heavy, round or spherical shape, but it becomes very light and beautiful. So I really appreciate your sensitive decisions on regarding the materiality of the facade and the actual shape that you are using. And lastly, you've been working on this project for quite a while, and the Viral Waters research that you did, and the comments that have been over the last few semesters, you've really incorporated all of that into this final result, and it's really a pleasure to see that you have taken in all that input, and we see it here as a beautiful result. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll ask Kamila Jakubova as the next presenter to get ready. Yeah, from the top.
To all the jury, I just wanted to apologize in advance. I just wanted to pass it upside down.
Why is that 24/7?
Es tiek automātiski uzskatīts par zāru, tad es vienkārši salīdzinu prasību, kāds es esmu bijusi, bet es esmu bijusi Irenā, kas es biju tranzītā,
neviens nav. Visi skatītāji kaut kas.
There is no all.
There is.
No, it's okay. Still, my heartbeat is pounding.
There is everyone.
It's
Okay.
My heart's pounding. All good.
Let's proceed with Kamila Jakubova. And only to mention her scientific supervisors, that is Dainis Rudolf Schmitz and Francisco Martinez Celis. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Hello, everybody. I would like to present my master thesis. Part A is called Young Thus Isolated. So my thesis investigates the phenomenon of urbanized... Sorry, can I have a pause?
Yes. Take a breath.
Very sorry.
It's good.
Yeah.
Easy.
Take a breath. Take a breath.
Count to 10 and back.
Thank you, everybody, for understanding. I'm so sorry. So yeah.
We're with you, so.
Thank you. My thesis focuses on the phenomenon of urban isolation among young people aged 18 to 25 in Latvian small towns. It identifies them as a lost group and argues that conventional urban design left them without any designated public spaces to appropriate, and in the end they end up marginalized, and they found their places on the periphery. Those are neglected spaces such as gas stations. The key focus of this thesis is a transformation of a gas station into which is often disregarded as a non-place, into a vibrant community hub. My research was divided in 4 parts. First chapter was called Isolation. It states that young people in provincial towns experience social and spatial marginalization, leading to the emergence of these informal gathering spaces outside the traditional public infrastructure. Second chapter was called Search for Identity Through Space. It states that the built environment plays a crucial role in shaping youth identity, with liminal spaces such as gas station offering the opportunities that the traditional urban design often overlooks. Third chapter, the design code, establishes principles for transforming gas stations into engaging public spaces. And fourth chapter, why gas station claims that gas stations that are often dismissed as mere spaces of transit can be reimagined as intentional social crossroads that combat isolation. As part of my thesis, I wrote this manifesto, kind of sort of plan for isolated youth, and in that I state that we should design with empathy, celebrate liminality, foster shared narratives, bridge generational divides, support subcultures, redefine non-places, and embrace participatory planning. From there I moved on to the case studies, starting with elaborating on a typical gas station, where I saw that even during the late hours it's abundant of life, and it already functions as a lot more than a mere refueling point. As part of my case study selection, I went through several gas stations that were already repurposed as community spaces. I went through several famous gas stations that went along the Route 66 in the United States, which is a famous route that went from Chicago to Los Angeles, and a couple of car-centric facilities that showed that even despite its original car-centric purpose, those facilities can also be humanized. And one interesting case was actually, I'm going to stop on that for a bit longer, was a gas station of Frank Lloyd Wright, who already in the 70s, as part of his Broadacre project, saw the gas stations as the future community hubs in a more decentralized society.
So in conclusion, I would like to say that by reclaiming forgotten and underutilized spaces, young people can transform their isolation into a collective identity, reshaping their environments and strengthening community bonds. And from there, I would like to move to my design part, which is the future of a provincial gas station in a Latvian town. So my site was located in Ogre. Ogre is a small Latvian town which is located south to Riga and connected to Riga by the Route A6, which goes all the way to the Belarusian border. If we zoom in, we can see that the site is located on the outskirts of Ogre town. It is located along the A6 route together with other gas stations, and it's approximately 5 minutes by car or 35 minutes by foot from the Ogre center. This is how the site looks these days. It was really hard to anchor design to anything because it's surrounded by mixed type developments. There are some industrial buildings, there is a foundation from old garages, there are small private houses. At the same time, there are a lot of trees. But as soon as you visit the site itself and you see the gas station that is already there, it was personally for me the canopy that took my attention, picturesque signages and the community juicer. This gas station actually is already a part of a registered cultural heritage. So I decided to anchor my design to that canopy first. My idea was to divide the program in 5 parts, where we have multifunctional center, motel, restaurant, additional extended shop for the existing gas station, which would proceed functioning as a gas station, and an area for a bike repair shop, which was already on the site, mixed with co-working. So my idea was to extend the loop that would kind of hug all the pieces of the program together. It would filter the car flows from pedestrian flows, and while car flow is kind of strict and goes only one way, it offers complete flexibility for the pedestrians who can experience different conditions. They can park their car next to the part of the program they're interested to and go there. They can walk or skate the loop or on the loop. They can walk or skate directly to the part of the program that they're interested in. So when I was shaping my master plan, my idea was to, create that loop. And juxtaposing to that organic shape, I wanted to create this very straight axis in the middle. After that, I marked a starting point for the pedestrian flow, which would be the same for walkable canopy and the main pedestrian alley. Then I introduced a very strict and linear grid, along which I placed the parts of the program. This is how it would look like. And on this master plan scheme, we can see that all the main axis is happening within the loop, whereas the car axis together with the service axis is happening on the outside. This is how the canopy would function. It would introduce 3 lanes with 3 different permeable surfaces, which would clearly mark the lane, which one is for which. The canopy would cover and filter pedestrians from cars, whereas the car can go on the outside of the loop. I would like to start with the multifunctional center, which would offer a black box for all kinds of events during all kinds of seasons, because, the climate in Latvia is rather harsh. On the second floor, it offers multiple workshops for looking for your identity in a way. And the underground floor would offer an unheated and open space for the outside events when the weather is not that great. So the facades would be covered in polycarbonate, so that we can see the striking difference between the existing gas station and the new structures. This would be the facades for the multifunctional center. Next in line is the restaurant for approximately 80 seats. Then we have a motel as part of as kind of sort of a reverence to Route 66, because it was always motels, not hotels. That would be the only part of the program that is directly accessible by car inside of the loop. Then we have the gas station, which would continue function as a gas station with an extension for the cafe and shop area. And then we have the bikes and co-working zone for the existing bike repair station and mixed hybrid connectivity kind of for use. Maybe they can gather there to just sit on their phones together. I don't know, many options really. And if this is the actual master plan, this is how it would look like. So we can see that there is a separate area for cars, for drifting competitions, maybe drive-in movie theater, whatever culture requires. The skate area, which would be a series of small urban interventions similar to Uzvaras parks. Play area for adults and kids, with the same small-scale, playful, colorful interventions. Canine area if you come with your dog, or community garden for more things to bond over. And this is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kamila. To proceed with your reviewer, Ervīns Krauklis evaluation. He has evaluated your work positively. A well-structured work with wide range of literature used, one can feel that the research is and its topic are close to the author, and the research was carried out with passion and imagination. Some disadvantages. There is a lack of research on the current state of youth infrastructure in the city of Ogre. There is a frequent switch from the specificity of problems in Ogre to generalizations about situation in all of Latvia. It is not entirely clear what the number of survey respondents is and their social structure. And from the practical B part questions, sorry, not the questions, but the positive qualities, multifunctional environment planned. The idea of youth village seems promising. And imperfections, the monument status of existing gas station building has not taken into account. Its identity potential has not been used. The work does not provide clear assurance about functionality of the building after the reconstruction. Consoled roof of the multifunctional center, obviously too thin to keep itself, not keeping of loads. Speaking of loads, no columns in the basement, function of which is unspecified. And there is a question regarding part A. The work mentions a lot about the alienation of target group and the importance of their engagement. Have you presented the work, its ideas and exclusions to persons of the target group in any way? If so, what are their thoughts and the most valuable takes from them? What would you include in your isolated young engagement plan for design process in short words?
I did present my work in the form of a questionnaire. My target group was not just the young people from Ogre, but young people from the small town. I was hoping that maybe the manifesto with the rules, but not rules, but the design code from my theoretical part, this project could be a pilot project on what we could do with this mundane infrastructure that is kind of coming out of date with the rise of the electric vehicles and advance of technologies. As for the feedback from the target group, it was mostly positive. I had approximately 70 respondents in total. From different small towns, Ogre, Valmiera, Ikšķile, so on and so forth, even from small villages. And generally they reviewed it as a positive change which could help, which could facilitate a stronger community building among young people, which could bring them more into community life and which could help in general with the isolation and alienation among that demographics.
And one more small question. Is there a full glass station functionality included in the proposal? If not, why so? What about electric vehicles?
Well, gas station functionality, full functionality is of course included in the proposal. It would be the same as it used to function before. And as for the electric vehicles, actually one of the main things that I was thinking about when I came up with this diploma project is that with the rise of the electric vehicles, which take approximately 30 to 50 minutes to refuel, comparing to 5 to 10 that we have now to the regular vehicles, I was thinking that there's really not much to do, and why not offer this multifunctional area where you can actually have a meal, or maybe you can visit some pagan rituals happening in the courtyard, or maybe you can check out the community garden and participate, or maybe there's going to be a community cleanup day and you want to check out that while waiting. So that was the idea.
Well, thank you. It's quite a research. I do remember when we did Latvian exposition for Venice Biennale, we noticed this particular example in Ogre as one of the finest modernist examples. Therefore, it gained also the status for cultural heritage in architecture. Do you know where it's located also anywhere else? Have you researched?
There is something like that somewhere else?
Yeah, it's one of the examples. It's also in Estonia, etc.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, sorry, I don't remember anymore.
Therefore, I just wanted to ask your attitude towards such kind of architectural example. What is that you're doing with this, and how do you think it could be preserved?
I think it should be preserved the way it really is. So that's why my idea was to do something all up and around about it, but never anything to it, because I think it really is one of the finest examples of that century in Latvia, at least. So my idea was, as I said, keep it untouched, maybe add a small extension just for the additional functions, so that the the waiting zone for those who are charging their cars is a bit larger, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's pretty clear. Maybe you could also explain a bit more your idea behind this extension and those functions, especially I see that multifunctional building. What is it? I'm not quite sure that I understand nowadays what it means for this particular city, this multifunctional thing.
Yeah. I'll start with why those functions. Basically, another thought that I had in my mind when I came up with the idea for this thesis was I was traveling in small towns in Latvia, Smiltene, Valmiera, Gulbene, mostly in that area. That would be in northeast, I believe, of Latvia. And I noticed that there is groups of young people, and I was part of one of those groups unintentionally. I didn't plan on it, don't get me wrong. No, I mean, it's not that there's something wrong with them either. Like, it's okay. But they sit in their cars and they cruise from a gas station to maybe a parking lot or a bus stop, depending on how large the village is. And they basically have nothing left to do, and that's why they end up in those places. Those are places that are leftover places that adults don't really want, but young people can use and appropriate. So I was thinking about what could what could it be that they could want there. I had a large community survey as well, so part of those ideas came from that. Then I went through case studies, and that would be one of the most implemented typology addition, let's say, in many countries, Italy, Germany, and so on and so forth, all over Europe. And that multifunctional building would be a black box which you could use for all kinds of events, because especially in summer when there's, I don't know how to explain Zaļumbale, which is like this village disco in a way, but it's really nice events. I personally love them, but sometimes it's really hard to have those because of the harsh climate. So that was the idea, that it's open at all times, and you can use it for whatever you want. Maybe you just gather there with your friends to play video games. I don't know. Why not?
Yeah, one of the wish lists were the motel where to hang out. Anyway, I do like the idea of putting that huge stripe which extends the existing gas station thing. And what was the idea of placing those small objects? Because what I feel, there is a bit difference how you're placing those buildings. There's a huge platform coming all around, and then, for example, the motel is a bit farther away. Something is coming in. I do imagine that space that you are freely going with your car and have direct access to a building, not being exposed to harsh weather. So what is the idea of placing those objects in a way that you're doing this?
I just came up with a very linear grid. Really, it was 15 meters by 7, I believe, approximately like that. So I placed my buildings so that they connect to a strap. As you said, that so that you don't really have to be fully outside if it's raining when you come out of your car. And we did something, the only exception was motel, as you noticed, but that was because, well, you know, for motel typology, it's generally so that you park your car right in front of the place that you stay, so that would be the only exception out of this grid.
Thank you for your project. I truly love the manifesto. Could you please bring it back? Yeah, the manifesto is, I really wish you that this manifesto keeps on in your following career, and if you feel confused, read it again. It will help you, okay?
I was thinking about it. Thank you.
That's good. There is something two things that should not be together, but they're together, the youth and the temple of capitalism. And they hang out with each other. And there are you who tries to negotiate this relationship. Yeah. One side is trying to be absolute rebellions, read Nietzsche, drink lean, and smoke whatever is not smokable. And the other side is trying to sell you the truth, the dream, the capital, and everything, you know, like the gas station. And then you're there as a negotiator, right? But I'm not sure you're winning the negotiations. The gas station is winning the negotiations by placing down the motel that the youth cannot afford. The youth, did you have money for motel?
It's affordable, youth motel.
Motel is affordable.
Oof. I had money for 2-liter beer, that's it. For
I mean,
but you have no money for motel. But I'm just trying to understand this negotiation, what you are, the negotiator there, right?
my negotiation, sorry, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just, I think the floor plan is absolutely beautiful, drawing the selection, how you analyze the site, showing this trashiness of these 90s, right? But how do you design for the youth? That is such a hard task.
It is.
It's so hard.
Like,
what do they need? What can you do? Who will give them money? How much do they need at the end of the day? Maybe 2 packs of speakers and some nice music is enough to kick the zaļumbale, you know, like, and 15 euros for some good quality alcohol. You know, what exactly they need, you know? And this would be the absolute challenge. Currently, the project have went on the weight of the gas station. I think you should reconfigure a bit again the youth and bring back this teenage spirit that is willing to rebellion and read Nietzsche and opposite of the gas station capital, you know. But as a negotiator, it's a very interesting site.
Yeah.
I wish you more projects in the future like that are very curious and interesting conclusion and manifestos can come out. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I also think it's a very interesting theme. Now, I think the first time I've seen a scheme based on an abandoned gas station, and there are going to be lots of them in the future. So this is like a good kicking off. Now, when I first looked at it, I thought that's incredible how much you can actually get underneath that roof or canopy. But I realized you extended it, a nice, great big loop for exercising, whatever. And you have suggested, well, the bikes and work I can understand because related to the youth. Then you got shop, motel, which Helvis just talked about, restaurant, and this multifunctional thing which came up. Now, in order to make this work, I just wonder, you say multifunctional, I know you touched on the topic already. Could that include housing? Could people live there instead of going to experience and leave again? I'm just wondering if to make it really multifunctional, day and night, 24 hours a day, maybe do some housing. Could you do that? Did you consider that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? It can be anything. It can be it can be a shelter easily. One of the parts about my manifesto was to design with empathy, and also about there was also a point about adaptive design, so I can see why this multifunctional building can adapt to the needs at the time.
Because if you can live on top of this multifunctional thing and then looking down onto people exercising, I mean, maybe even more excitement. Anyway, thank you very much for interesting topic, an interesting scheme. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just extend my comment regarding that particular loop with those small buildings. The scale of those small buildings and the loop is pretty cool. But for me, I would say that multifunctional thing could be a bit even higher, or maybe a bit smaller, or at least something else. Then the project would be really, really cool. Otherwise, it's yeah. The idea is nice and the graphics are also nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Camilla, I'm going back to ground a little bit. This conceptual things was discussed a little bit, but could you please explain me logistics of cars and logistics of people, somehow where the parking is when I come to this multifunctional building, when I place a car and so on. You have any plan with this functionality? So this is very schematic, but site plan with the parking places, with entrances, with this is too small. I can't see anything. Show here, please, on the screen. Yeah, this was good. This before, please. Go back, please. No. Side plan, please. That was a colored one. Yes, please. This one, where the parkings are. Show me, please. How cars are coming, how are going.
How do I use the pointer?
Middle button.
No. Oh, okay.
Laser.
The parking is underneath the canopy.
Oh.
On the outside.
How much? How much places?
Approximately 100.
We don't see anything.
Oh, so the section. It's under,
Was it?
Yes.
the section.
Here?
Yeah.
Was it in the drawings?
It was. It was not on the screen, it was on the drawings.
Oh, okay. Then how goes the flow of the cars and
In and out in one direction. It kind of makes you explore if you're coming by
show
car.
please on the plan. Show me, please. Where the entrance from the big road is.
This is the road.
Yes.
The gray strap is the road.
And
then you come from the road and you park your car.
and how it connects to the big road, where it's connection? We don't see that one.
Here.
It's not drawn here.
And here.
No.
Yeah, it's undrawn.
Okay. Good. And then they come into the courtyard inside the loop, yes?
No, that never inside the loop.
No, but people.
People, yes.
Clients come into this courtyard, yeah?
Yeah.
And this red points shows you entrances.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One is from outside, others from inside.
Yeah. Outside is for service entrance, mostly, or for cars.
Mm-hmm.
Like for multifunctional building, or for those who are coming to refuel their tank.
Uh-huh.
And there's only one that comes through the loop. It's the metal here.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for really great topic, and how you are looping principally abandoned architecture and existing architecture and abandoned use. Really great idea and manifesto and everything you are trying to show in your project. I wanted to ask you Well, if we are speaking about the abandoned places and also some kind of abandonance of people, in any case, we are thinking firstly about that there is no also other resources, there is nothing, and how to start something. And my question would be, what in your opinion, since that's really, everyone can see that you studied this topic very clearly, very carefully, what would be your proposal if to start with the absolute minimum, what Helvis said was just a good alcohol and to good music, and just to make on that particular place just a country disco, what would be the first structures? Because principally about this project, my question is, do we need so much new buildings or so much new structures? Maybe there is a smaller program just to start with. I'm not sure that afterwards, if the place takes some kind of capital and attitude from community and everything, there it will grow up, because it can be like a start for that abandoned place to just grow. But what would be, in your opinion, the first step how to start this place? Not with just big money, but just with people and how to use the structures. Thank you.
Yeah, to start, well, since we're starting with people, I would probably extend the gas station shop and, well, cafe area. I would start with that because it's like, you know, we're starting with the gas station itself. And then, honestly, I would go for a bike repair shop and a co-working because it's already there and we're offering them the place that is intentionally made for them, because right now they're just occupying a container, like, you know, regular container. And I think it's just really important to let the place be as it is now, because, like, okay, as I talked a lot with designers, anthropologists, sociologists, and I know that gas stations are this textbook non-place, no identity, no nothing, mere transit and all, and it's hard to imagine that it could be a place to stop. That's why it's so hard to imagine so many new structures there. But at the same time, if you look at it closer, we can see that it's already a community hub in a way, because people come there anyways. They come there to have a cigarette, to have a talk, maybe have a party. They don't have an infrastructure for that, but they still come there. So maybe if you could admit that, acknowledge it, we could see the need for more structures. But at the moment, yeah, I would start with a shop and a bike repair, because it's already there and it's important.
Just to park 3 cars next to one another and just to stop to chatter.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Something like that. I mean, they already do that, so.
Yeah, thank you, Camila. It was great to work with you on this project, and we've talked a lot about it, so I won't do that now. But what I really appreciate you taking this topic of empathy and junk space in your bachelor's thesis, and then this whole topic, coming up with the topic of isolation in the youth, and how these, in one sense, how these places are being appropriated, and you have actually this tension that Helvis brought up between this capitalist notion and then the place where the youth have nowhere to go, in one sense, yeah. And I think your topics are really original, and really appreciate you looking at these questions and coming up with these things that need to be solved or addressed. So I want to congratulate you on that, and thank you for your project.
Thank you for everything, Danny.
Okay, as the next presenter, I'll ask Ingus Birznieks to get ready. You could actually take all of them because there's no more walking. Should have placed it in that side. Okay, let's well. Man tas bija pierakstīts, bet tu vari teikt?
Jā, okay.
Es pateikšu. Es pateikšu, ka es esmu landscape specializējies.
Okay.
Okay. Labi.
2 sekundes notaudīšu. Jā.
Savādāk to pat. Oh, excuse me, before we start for the jury, I just wanted to just to explain, 2 years ago we launched landscape urbanism specialization, meaning that in our program you get an architect's degree, but you have the option of specializing, focusing on the landscape and urban spatial aspects, okay? And so we had several projects like that you looked at today. We just recently with Krista's project, and now Ingus will now present. He's also specializing in this landscape urban. Thank you.
Okay, Ingus, just start your presentation. It's already. Yeah. Your supervisors, of course, as it was here mentioned, Ilze Paklone, doctor in architecture, and Zane Legsdiņa, master in architecture in landscape architecture. Yeah, of course. Please.
Okay, hello everyone, Ingus Birznieks here, and as you can see my thesis title that I was taking landscape specialization. And for the part A, the topic was the innovative digital tools for landscape design, and I did a study of how do innovative digital tools transform the landscape design process, and the idea was that I did a study about the innovative digital tools, including some of the AI applications, and I used these tools and applications while I was developing a proposal for the part B. And in the conclusions, I can say that at the moment, we as a designer shouldn't be worried because still the AI requires human input to give the results. So at the moment, these tools are more for as an assistant or support for the designers instead of taking over the designer work. So part B, I did the concept proposal or the design proposal for Joma Street in Jūrmala about the street today. The street is located in Jūrmala, which is the popular resort city in Latvia, located near to Riga, and the street itself is located in Majori. It's it's located in Majori, which is Jūrmala center. And the street is approximately 1 kilometer long pedestrian street. And the street began to develop in the late 19th century as a promenade and is still until today it's a popular tourist attraction for the city guests. And today Joma Street, it is well maintained and there's a lot of cafes and restaurants. However, I would say that, and it's also quite crowded during the summer months, but I would say that the street lacks the identity of the city itself, and it gets empty during the cold months. My proposal, or the Joma Street tomorrow, the concept inspiration comes from the Jūrmala's essence, which is pine forests, dunes, and the sea. And the goal is to transform this traditional walking or pedestrian street in Jūrmala to create a vibrant and more engaging public space. And not only change or transform the visual aspect of the street, but also change the functionality for the street, bring more functions and more services to the street. So instead of having this linear walking pathway, bring more functions and more activity there. And how to do it? The first step was that I decided to redefine the street borderlines. So you can see here that the first scheme shows how it looks today. And I was thinking to expand the street to get more space where I can place the functions. And then the second step was to take this linear or straight pathway and make it more organic shape forms or organic shape as you can see here. And by doing so, I'm getting additional space for the street where I can bring more or extra greenery for the street or for the landscape, and also bring in the street these functions which I mentioned, the extra functions. And here you can see what would be the redefined Yoma Street or conceptual photo of Yoma Street. And then for the next, for the second step, I started to work more in detail for the landscape components or the structures like blue, green, and gray structure. For the gray structures are divided into 3 groups. The first group is this, the main or the central walking pathway, which you can see there. Also the materials. The second group was this additional secondary pathway, walking pathway. And the secondary pathway and redesign of the parking, car parkings next to the street. And by doing this, I'm getting these additional spaces, or I'm calling them as street pockets, where you can bring these functions in. And the third group was private and public street terraces. And for the private street terraces, I'm saying, like, in this group, there's this restaurant and cafe terraces which are needed for the local businesses, and in the public terraces, this is just a space in the street area where you can have, this is like event space where you can have different events or different functions as well. And then in this mobility plan, you can see how these 3 groups are combined, also showing here redesigned car parking to improve the accessibility for the street in general for the people with special needs. And then the second structure is the green structure, and for the green structure, the main task was to not protect, but the main thing was to respect the existing natural values on the street, and at the same time use these green structures to divide visually divide the different functional zones. And in these principal sections, you can see that the flower beds are made as a raised element. However, the main goal or the goal would be to keep as much as possible the existing relief, to have this level-free environment there, because for the accessibility and also just to keep as it is. And this strategy for the greenery would be to use again as much as possible wild plants which can be found in local Jūrmalas pine forests or the coastline. And the third is the blue structure. I decided to implement some of the blue structure elements, not only to improve the biodiversity for the street, and also this would be a part of the rainwater management system. Yeah, and when we are talking about like this extra functionality for the street in this scheme, you can see that the central part of the street stays empty or clean for the comfortable movement of the guests, and all the functions are located at the sides, but they are integrated somehow with this secondary path that you can have these different kind of functions and some kind of flexible spaces. And for example, one of the additional functions would be outdoor art pavilion, or the second one would be this kind of more private divided relaxation or recreation space next to the street. So if you want, you can just go inside and rest. So, and this is hopefully Yoma Street tomorrow. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ingus. I'll try to proceed, not try, but I will proceed your viewers Artur Smengot's Master in Architecture review. And it was in a computer because it was sent in Latvian, yes, so I translated it somehow quickly. The positive, I will read about the both parts, A and B together. So, the author has successfully identified 3 key values of Jūrmala: pine forest, dunes, and the sea. These elements are harmoniously integrated into the new aesthetically appealing concept proposal for Yoma Street. Using graphic tools, the author clearly presents the proposed solutions step by step, demonstrating how Yoma Street could be transformed into a dynamic, vibrant, and engaging public space. The work is of high graphic quality, and all developed visual materials are easy to understandable and well perceived. And some disadvantages and imperfections. The developed visualizations lack a sense of authenticity of a place. As the author himself mentioned, one of Jurmala's key values is its wooden architecture, which is not effectively represented in the visualizations. Additionally, the proposed street design is only depicted for the summer months, which make up just 1/4 of a year. It would be valuable to provide proposals for other seasons as well and illustrate them in graphical materials. And starting with question 1. What was a survey conducted among Jurmala residents and Yoma Street merchants before developing the proposal to understand their vision for the street's development?
No, yeah, we discussed with the reviewer that the survey was not done there, but as I said that I'm a local there, I'm from Jurmala, so I was more or less discussing with in the smaller group about what would be the Jurmala, and also this is just showing my understanding or my vision of Yoma Street, because every time when I visit there, I'm saying that there is no big problem for the street, but it lacks some extra, this signature look or identity for the street, because the city is not like a regular city in Latvia, so yeah, this is my view of, or my idea of the street.
And another question: what solutions could make Yoma Street attract more visitors during the autumn, winter, and spring months?
Yes, the idea is that I'm offering or I'm creating additional space for different activities, and I would say that one would be it would be just how creative is the municipality and how they can use this additional or the extra space what they are getting by changing the street. So I would say that I couldn't give any built structures to say that this will bring more visitors during the winter time. I would say that it would be more about the cultural activities during these cold months to bring more guests and more people to the street.
Yeah, thank you. I'll now ask the jury committee to proceed with their questions.
Thank you, Ingus. At first glance, you are buying our, you're buying us with images, with the story of the dunes, etc. We, with Andres, are also locals for Jurmala, so we know the place very well. Yeah, therefore, some formal questions. Nevertheless, your design, which is wave-like, sand and dune-like, I don't see nothing how you respond to property rights. That's the first question, because you have that local codes and zoning in your in this material, but I can't, at least I can't see how you respond not only to the properties but also to existing functions or the proposed functions, because not every building there is a cafeteria. And how are you dealing with, for example, those water areas, those common green areas, which is really nicely done? So, yes, please.
Thank you for your question. The idea is that the first thing, this was educational project, so I dare to dream a bit behind the borderlines. And this second thing, just to be honest, as you can see on the brochure, these buildings which are next to which are on the Yoma Street, they are marked as a public building, so there is no private. But okay. No, no, this is a public zone for public buildings, so I would say that it.
The fence is private.
Yes, the fence is private, but there could be a dialogue between the private ownership and the municipality saying that we can improve this space to bring more customers, so maybe this might help. I'm aware that I'm crossing the private lands, but somehow in the dialogue, giving some extra bonuses to develop or to grow the business, maybe this might help. And also, this design, it's adjustable, so you can see that the curve lines, they respect, and if they say no, don't touch my fence, then the curve is minimizing, so this is just a conceptual vision how it might develop.
Yeah, that could work. Yeah, thank you for your answer. And also, Jorma Street has the start and the end, or it starts and starts or ends and ends. You have chosen to provide your vision, detailed vision, only the middle part, which is, I would say, the easiest part.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. There's this large old shopping mall or the mall. There's a lot of space, so there was a space for this outdoor pavilion. And also at the beginning of the street, my beginning of the street is the place where the Major station is, this part.
Yeah.
There is already some elements for the street, and the end of the street, there's this church and also Zintari Measure Park. So yeah, I agree that I took the place where I have more space where I can, let's say, bring some new ideas in.
So if I would ask, how do you end with what kind of elements, or how you would imagine you would start or end street with the square where the station starts or ends, I don't know, and where the church is one of the vertical elements, and it's highlighted with also that access road to Zintari concert hall. So I do understand that it's not in your project, but maybe you could just elaborate on how you envision this thing.
I would say that the street would need, let's say, entrance gates or elements which indicates where the street or this pathway starts. So
The church.
With church, maybe.
No.
Maybe not. There
It's
would
just
be
a provocation.
There would be just church would be just a additional building which exists there, but I would say that I would like to have additional element which indicates this beginning of the street, and then also another end where the square is now. With the square also could be improved, and so this is kind of connected. And not even at the ends, but also at the ways where you can come from the river or from the seaside. So when you are guests, you can clearly know where to go if you want to go to the pedestrian street.
And how do you envision, because this is linear street, how it's connected with other streets? We have really clear grid. The structure of the city is like a grid. So how does your design connect with adjacent streets and how you enter? Yes, because it's not like the end or the beginning of the street. It also can start in any place.
In my proposal, I'm cutting the crossing streets, and at the ends of the streets, I'm bringing this carports and also the space where the car can turn around. I'm deleting this the places where the street are cutting the pedestrian streets. The reason is to have a service access for the locals, or also emergency access, and the parkings, because we are trying to delete all the parking spaces. We are saying that the cars are bad, but for the business, when you are going home from work in the evening, and if you want to have a nice dinner there, you don't want to walk 10 minutes to the restaurant. You would like to have possibility to park closer. So I would say that I would integrate this surrounding streets of the street to bring this parking facility as well, parking services. So yeah, my idea is just to make these streets as additional service streets for the main pedestrian street.
Thank you for your project. My question would be: have you considered any facilities or some small hidden infrastructure for people who do sports?
There might be, but there's this Zinter Measure Parks located close by.
Is located, but like for example, sometimes you get thirsty.
Oh yes, let's say small landscape elements. I started to think about them. They are not shown here. But there's a drinking fountains, also the smart city solutions for the lights and everything. So there are additional city services needed for the public spaces.
So you did not design them yet?
They are not designed yet.
Okay. And another question, it's a long strap. How long is UMC?
Approximately 1 kilometer for the pedestrian part, and then there's an additional part where the cars are going in.
And in this central element, I don't know, it's just an idea, but in 70s in architecture there was some ideas about that if you lift up slightly the floor, you kind of activate the space. Not too much to get slippery, not too steep, because you went hard left and right with the angles. My question would be if on 1.4 kilometers some fragment of the street, like the reference of the dunes and the seaside, where you approach seaside, you always go down and then you go up, and forest is also consisting of the dunes. Could the street also slightly elevate, and could it do that? Is it good?
My intention was to play with the different levels, but then I noticed that this gives a great challenge because there's existing buildings, all the entrances and stuff. I was limited in space to work with a good design, sloped or different level streets. So.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I think this is quite an invigorating design. Thank you very much. Quite unexpected. I think it's wonderful. Now, what you've done, you have created lots of interesting experiences. I'll walk along the street. You can do a straight line. At the same time, you have very interesting things on either side. And I quite like this undulating line, which is opening up for different experiences. And you have some common denominators, like you were saying that you are using the pine tree, so that's a local tree. And I understand you're looking at local species around the water. I assume that the water is being connected, so actually movement in the water, although they're different dams. I think you ought to do that. Anyway, apart from that, I think, and your theme is also that it should be the grey, green, and blue structures altogether. Now, if there's one thing that's missing, possibly, are some sculptures. Now, did you consider that? You could have some and fountains in the water. You could have some, a lot of some sculpture parks existing around the world.
There was like idea.
Yeah, but only one place, isn't there?
This is one place, but this can be another place because there's additional place where you can have a permanent or temporary exhibitions.
Yeah, you cover that, but and you've got an art pavilion as well, I noticed, and you lot of cafes. So I think that, but if you go back to your thank you slide, the last one, looking at that, I think if I walked along there, I think I'd be very happy. I think it looks great. But I wonder if it's a bit like Shakespeare put it, it's maybe too much of muchness, if you get too many things. And I'm just wondering, even like the path that goes through it, do you need the stripes in that, or could just be calmed down and rather focus on the sides? Or is it important to have the stripes in the pathway?
The stripes are in the main pathway, and then the secondary is just a plain.
Yeah, but well, I think what you've done is a very interesting job, and the way you actually are opening up ideas as you walk along. But again, it probably could be too much.
Yes.
And then maybe, I think it's a bit like weeding in the bed, a little bit. But apart from that, I think it's a very interesting job. Thank you very much.
Yes. Ingo, thank you for this exercise. This is very interesting on one hand, but I am a local. I have a little bit problem because I know this is a downtown, of course. This is a downtown of Jurmala, and that's true. But all the time my feeling is that in this downtown today, and today I am lack of Jurmala style. When I come here in summer, there is so much different things, which is anymore not Jurmala, including people. And that's for me as a local, it's a big problem. Therefore, I like your idea about these pockets and about all these things, but in the same time, I'm a little bit afraid of what Ole said. It's probably too much, and probably it's lost locality, which is Jurmala. Jurmala is a poor country, poor city. In fact, it's there was a fisherman's city. Of course, downtown was a little bit richer, but in fact, this is a very simple place. As you said, it's with dunes, with pines, with wind, with a sea, which is a dangerous thing. And nobody wants to go to fish because it's a very dangerous job. And all this comes together in my mind. And I put to myself a question, how much, where the border is. Okay. And I think this is something what you have to think about it, because it's not anymore Juoma Street. It's a little bit different. It's very free. It's very, very nice, very soft, and a lot of things you have done. It's beautiful. But traditions also is one factor which is for you as a local. You understand what I mean?
Yes, I might understand.
This is also a question. Where the border is, where you can, how you can find the border from simplicity to fashionability, or how to say. And fashionable things are not very common, not very, how to say, welcome in our city. Our city is very simple, very natural, simple city. And this is a factor which probably need to take in consideration in the future. It's just a comment, but anyway, this is a nice exercise how to make this street more human, more different, more soft, and it's very, very beautiful exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very clear project and very understandable presentation. But I can follow up with Andres' question because my thoughts are approximately the same. Well, I'm not from Jurmala, I'm from Riga, but I know Juoma still, of course, since childhood. And my question is, what I feel, actually, it's more like not question at this moment, it's more comment. I feel that it's good training, good school project, but there is nothing to do with particular street. So my question is, maybe we can put this design on your street? Why not? No, I'm just asking. There are dunes too close, yeah. Because I don't feel any. Well, this design lives as just a design, just a landscape you made, and there is nothing to do with the particular street. That is my question. Why not to put everywhere? I don't know, on Tarbat Street, for example. Why not? Maybe we also need some ponds. We do have, actually, in big rains. No, just that. Here I see some kind of problem because you are really not looking at the buildings, at the surrounding and everything. You are making just landscape because of landscape. But it's good landscape. I can't say anything. So my question is how to do this in different places. Can it be doable?
it can be doable actually in the different places, because this is, as you mentioned, this is an exercise, and I was just not trying, but I wanted to exercise my skills for the landscape. And this is, let's say, my first exercise in the landscape design. So it can be done in the different places with adjustments and some exact place requirements or limitations, and yeah, you can do it in a different location.
And then I will read your, let's say, it's stated question from your side, your part A, landscape design process in terms of, how do innovative tools transform landscape design process in terms of creativity, efficiency, and sustainability? Maybe you could tell more about these design tools which made, or through them you made this design, and what part is done by tools and what part is done by men.
Yes. Here on the boards, for example, this inspiration or reference photos, this was done by artificial intelligence. When I started to think about the project, I had these keywords which I want to integrate in the design or in the landscape, so I asked to generate according to the keywords for the design element. So these photos are AI generated, and after processing of the regular render, the renderings were put there, given to AI to finish some details, but the rest was done in BIM software, which is Revit, and also some I tried or wanted to do something in a parametric design. So there's really basic scripts for Rhino and Grasshopper. So this was the main idea for the part A, where I was just doing the research of the tools which we have in the market and or which will be used in the future, and to try my own skills or test it by myself and to see how I can implement them in the future work. So yeah, AI generated photos and.
So maybe next time then just put some words that you are on Juomas Street in Jurmala also in that algorithm of AI. So please, because otherwise it's like, yes, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ingus. Yeah, can you go to your gray structures slide? Yeah, this middle image here. I mean, I think what I really like about this proposal is how you're handling these transition zone between. I have some relatives that live off of Juomasjärvi. They live on the perpendicular street, and when you're 2 houses back from the corner, you feel like you're in one world, and then when you get to the Juomas Street, then you're entering another world, and it's a completely different feeling. And so I think this idea of creating pockets of transition from this perpendicular street going into Juomasjärvi, I think there's some valid arguments for that. I agree that perhaps in the first essence, perhaps maybe it's too bold and some editing can happen, but I like the fact that you are activating the street, because one of the problems is to keep Juomasjärvi active all 4 seasons. And I think the comment from the reviewer that looking at this additionally, how does this change during the different seasons? How can you have functionality there to attract people outside of the summertime is something that could be looked at further as well, so that this street can function at not just at the one season, but at the other seasons as well, in different ways. Yeah, I think the model and the graphics that you have used are very well present your idea. The question is how this idea now would have to be edited to go further. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more presenter left. Madara Žeikere, so I'll ask her to prepare her presentation. Okay, let's welcome Madara Žeikere and her scientific supervisors are Julia Žakemo, doctor degree in social administration, and Jānis Dripe, doctor in architecture. You may begin your presentation.
So I can start, yes? Hi, my name is Madara Žeikere, and this is my master's thesis project, The Still Point Where Choice Meets Serenity. With all respect to the jury and audience, I'm honored to present my master's thesis, which explores the intersection of architecture, ethics, and end-of-life care. This project, as a design proposal and conceptual framework, challenges traditional healthcare environments and invites discussions on patient dignity, autonomy, and emotional well-being during life's final moments. Relevance and research of the problem is that in Latvia, where euthanasia still remains illegal, this project serves as an architectural exploration of how spatial design can contribute to the emotional, spiritual, and ethical dimensions of end-of-life care. The research problem examines how architectural design can create functional and dignified spaces that support patients, loved ones, and medical staff while addressing the sensitive nature of euthanasia. The key findings of the research question was thoughtful spatial organization, integration of nature, and privacy-focused design, which were essential for creating a compassionate and respectful experience. About the need of a dedicated facility. In traditional hospitals, euthanasia is not an integrated practice, and these institutions are primarily designed to curative treatments and acute care. This often creates an impersonal, high-pressure environment that does not align with the emotional needs of end-of-life patients. This design ensures that euthanasia takes place outside of traditional hospitals, creating a peaceful, patient-centered environment where patients are treated with dignity and respect. By removing euthanasia from hospitals, this project ensures that patients are not treated as medical cases but as individuals, making their own life's most important decisions. About the site and concept. The site is in Tarnikava municipality, which offers a balance between natural serenity and accessibility, providing a quiet, reflective setting while maintaining strong infrastructure connections to Riga. And about this location. It is surrounded by natural elements, and its zoning regulations align with sustainable development, making it a suitable location. And it's close to major roads, ensuring accessibility for families and medical professionals. The architectural concept draws inspiration from nature, integrating organic forms, natural materials, and biophilic design to foster a sense of peace and reflection. About the symbolisms in architecture. Beyond functionality, this project incorporates symbolisms to support the patient's journey and emotions. I have 4 of them. About botanical garden. It's a metaphor for self-growth and mindfulness, reinforcing a sense of nurturing and care. But the horizon views are visible from patients' rooms, symbolizing infinity, transitions, and reflection. About the sunset facing rooms, representing the uniqueness of each life and decision, reinforcing dignity and choice. But the shell is inspired from borrowing Le Corbusier's philosophy. The shell represents protection, resilience, and harmony with the coastal setting. Although while symbolism enriches the space, functionality still remains the priority, ensuring privacy, comfort, and seamless movement. Program and zoning strategy. There are 12 patient rooms located in facility, 6 in first floor and 6 in the second floor. The capacity is based on Dutch euthanasia statistics adjusted for Latvia's population. This is the program. We can read it maybe later if it's needed, but I have it done, and it's quite large. And yes, about the calculation of the capacity for facility. I took into consideration 4 years of statistics from Netherlands and adjusted it for statistics to Latvia. So it calculates as like in Latvia we will have 4 new patients every day or clients, and they will stay at least 3 days in the facility, because this procedure is something like going to some kind of specific surgery, because there is need to have some type of what was the word? Some type of, forgot the word. Diet. Some type of diet, yeah. About the first floor. A botanical garden and public spaces are located here, and separate entrances showing with the arrows. The red one shows the public and for clients and families to enter the facility, and the other one, the blue one, is for staff and medical persons. About the second floor, there are patient rooms, as in the zoning. Patient rooms are located the west side. Oh God, not using this one. the second floor is for patient rooms, positive distractions, also a botanical garden but from the second floor, and a koi fish pool and a Zen sand garden. Also a prayer room is here and meeting rooms. About the basement is only for staff access, and there is an underground driveway to hide the facility supportive transportation as a car for deceased persons. So no one can see it, and the morgues also are in the basement. Yeah. I'm so sorry. About the patient rooms, in respect for discrete removal process, one of the most significant improvements in the design is the respectful, discrete removal of deceased patients. A crucial aspect that is often neglected in traditional healthcare environments. As for example, in Latvia, in hospitals, deceased patients are transported through public corridors, causing emotional distress to other patients and families. But in this architectural solution, hidden staff corridors are between every two patient rooms, showing a discrete service corridor and without disturbing others. And the room has a dedicated lift system which ensures the deceased are transported directly to the basement morgue, avoiding any public exposure. And this prevents emotional distress for others. About the patient room design, every private room is designed to foster comfort and calming environment and atmosphere. Each room is equipped with large sunset-facing windows for tranquility, private terrace, bathrooms suitable for physically challenged access persons, and soft lighting, comfortable seating, and storage. The hidden staff access and the deceased lift for respectful deceased transportation. About the positive distractions. To reduce stress and enhance emotional well-being, the clinic integrates carefully curated, adaptable positive distractions. About the sustainability and structural considerations, the building integrates durable, energy-efficient materials. Concrete slab and column structure to ensure stability and resilience. The facade with ventilated stone cladding. It is low maintenance and adaptable for Latvia's climate. Also double glazed botanical garden cover, which is providing UV protection and energy efficiency for the building. This approach supports longevity and environmental responsibility. About the conclusions and future implications, this thesis highlights how architecture can shape emotional, ethical, and functional spaces even in highly sensitive settings. And thank you for your attention and time.
Thank you. I will now proceed with your reviewers, Jānis Leinek's evaluation. Jānis has evaluated your work positively. The positive qualities of the A part: well done analysis of euthanasia in cases of terminal illness, reflecting a global trend toward acceptance and disadvantages. No visuals and samples of architecture of medical assistance in dying places. And for the B part, there are no stated positive qualities and the disadvantages and imperfections. There are no explication of the floor plans. And moving forward with the questions. Question 1. You wrote, combining palliative care and euthanasia services in a single facility could create a more comprehensive approach to end-of-life care. Palliative care and euthanasia services are very different in the longness of them. How they could be combined in one facility?
About the question, I have answered that globally euthanasia is often considered as a part of the broader palliative care process, particularly countries where assisted dying is legal. The goal of palliative care is to alleviate suffering, and in some cases, when pain and distress becomes unbearable, euthanasia is seen as the final stage of compassionate care.
And one more question regarding the part B. What kind of light installations you have designed to create a reflective and calming space?
These are integrated in. These lights are integrated in positive distraction places. For example, there is flickering light room, projection-based reflection room, and light-integrated seating areas throughout the facility.
Let's move on with the questions and comments.
Despite the theme is evolving in many countries, like Canada, there's a lot of patients who are choosing to end this journey like you are describing in your thesis. Nevertheless, I have to ask, why is the theme for your personal choice? What is the choice behind choosing such kind of theme?
Because one of the things I'm thinking about it's like we come to life very loved and in a really nice environment, and we are waited for this to happen. But when what happens when we are sick and like in such a pain, and there is no care for us when this happens? So I'd like to be cared for when something like unbearable disease and pain is happening. I'd like to create such environment.
This is what I saw recently in Almodovar movie, The Room Next Door, where the main character was specifically choosing to end this journey in a scenic way, in a scenic territory. So I do understand the idea behind of making such kind of places. Nevertheless, we're here to discuss the architecture, not the ideas, also ideas. What I don't see here is the structure of the dome, and maybe you could elaborate more on this. The botanical garden dome.
The structure of the glass dome, yeah?
Yeah, I can't see nothing regarding structural method, both for the dome, both for the rooms.
For the dome is like in the upper picture. I have thought about having it with some not hinged windows, but with sliding windows and sliding walls. So when there is a summertime, it is possible to at least partially open it up from the sides and some places on the roof.
Well, it's not reflected in the plans, therefore was my question. And also, maybe you could also explain something what I can't see in the plans regarding the first floor. We have seen the balconies on one side, but how is it? Is the patient available to step outside and enjoy the sunset, or I don't know, there's nothing regarding the master plan?
Patient rooms are located here.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, okay, yeah. On the first floor, here. And each patient room has a private terrace for them, so they can enjoy the views and go outside privately.
The inside images is AI generated, as I suppose. Well, maybe you could also talk more about the materiality, how you imagine this.
The rooms as walls and basic furniture was made by me, but I enhanced them with some of the ideas with AI.
Yeah.
But basically it's my idea and I have a 3D model to show you that it is really mine.
That's fine. Okay.
About the materiality for what exactly? The overall structure is with slabs and columns, concrete, and I chose that because then the inside walls can be made flexible because all the positive distraction places can be managed to get bigger or smaller or maybe add something else. So it's simple. It's not bringing in the base structure.
Thank you for your project. I think I see first time the euthanasia facility in the territory of Latvia.
The first one was in Salisbury.
It have.
But
1940.
Ah, yeah? Thank you, Linda.
I mean this Salisbury camp.
Well, yeah. So I think Latvians also had a fairy tale of putting the old person on a sledge and bringing in a forest, right? And then they realized that should not do that. But on this, I wonder, how did you select the site? Why there? Why this forest of all of the forests? And
all of the forests. Because it's the closest to Riga. It's quite close to Riga and it's divided with the river from closest cities.
Okay.
So you have to really get there.
Then,
but actually, I mentioned why I chose the site. It's because of course, proximity to the nature, proximity to the main roads for access.
Then I have 2 movies to recommend. One I recommend to watch, and other I recommend not to watch. I will start with the one to recommend to watch, maybe thinking about the presence of the seaside, and that's of course Ingmar Bergman and a great game of chess that happened on a beach. And the one I really do not recommend you to watch is The Soylent Green, and the last scene of the one who needs to pass away and what this person saw at the moment when it needed to happen, what was exact the last vision. But don't watch that movie, it's not good. And then I think there's so many things. I a bit lack architectural references, and I think you could find them. There are. One is, for example, Pavilion by François Roche and Daniela Mittelberger in Switzerland. They built it on the middle of the lake, a pavilion done out of ice. And what was interesting, where the death starts, it starts in a train station. And the train carries you to the pavilion, and then you walk on the ice, and then you fall asleep in this beautiful contemporary pavilion built out of ice.
Nice scenery sounds.
You know, it can be also very curated, the last moments. You can, one can curate it, or one can take decision of how it could happen, you know, what conditions. And this curatorial spatial sequence, I do not see it in this facility. It feels like a more hospital type scene than transcendental type, maybe. I don't know this word, which word to really use for this moment. It's beyond our linguistics, but some more curated experience I'm lacking a bit.
Okay,
but
I can understand that, yeah, but maybe not everyone would like to have such experience as in Switzerland, because it's just only like one type of experience. Everyone must take the train go
No,
to
no,
the
no.
eye?
That's
No?
it's okay. It's okay. It's
We can skip the process.
yeah.
You're writing that you believe that architects has a profound role in shaping environments that address sensitive human needs. Well put. I agree. And that was the point of departure for this design. And with that in mind, I have a couple of questions related to your initial decisions. Now, you have organized the buildings around in a circle, and right in a circle you put a big dome. Now, the living units are on the outskirts of this circle, and only if the drawings are situated, organized north going up, only some of them get afternoon sun, and some are facing north and not getting any sun at all. I'm just wondering if that was deliberate. And I also, when I first looked at it, I thought that I didn't realize it was a dome. I saw the way you organized the living unit, and I saw the nice circle in the middle, and I thought that'll be a wonderful park. So everybody could look onto the greenery, but then I realized that the living units were facing the other way. So I'm just wondering, why didn't you, or maybe you have considered it, drop the dome, make the circle in the middle, a nice green space, a nice botanical garden without a roof over it, and let the units face this botanical garden and orientate everything and turn it about 180 degrees so everything is oriented towards southwest. Was this, have I got it wrong, or will that be against addressing sensitive human needs? I realize this is a particular situation. It's not for all people, it's for people with sensitive needs. What I'm saying now, would that satisfy them more or less? I mean, did you consider that as an alternative? Because I must admit I find it odd that the center is almost a bit off-putting in that you have orientated your living units away from it, and then you get a wall, almost a separating wall between living units and the dome. Or am I wrong?
Living units are separated from the dome and all the positive destruction places inside the building to create a privacy for those clients, because not maybe all of them would like to be around other patients in the common areas, but maybe have their own place and their own view. And during the late evenings, it's really nice to have something to see, and that's a sunset in this case. And also the botanical garden, which is inside the building, and the sunset view with the horizon was one of the symbolisms I used when creating this architecture design.
You have obviously thought about that, and I think you're giving me a very good answer. Thank you very much.
I don't know what to ask you, because I suppose I understand your concept, more or less. Probably I understand. It's two parts, and two parts mainly. One is like a dream, what you showed in this botanic garden. This is something like a Eden's garden or something like that. I don't know.
In symbolism language, this garden symbolizes the inner part of the client or patient or human, which needs to be cared for, and it has to be with happy emotions. And maybe that's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why I chose to show it as a snowball or as a soap bubble, because it has to be happy. You don't need to have this place, but there's a choice.
Yes,
to make.
yes. Understand.
It is possible.
That's I understood. And the room's shape is like not like this one, but like this one.
Yeah, like opening up.
It means that is positive. Somehow positive feeling, not like a tunnel to the
Yeah.
nowhere. Okay, this is enough for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's hard to say, but yes, that's the topic we will meet very soon, I guess, in reality. But yeah, thank you very much for proposal. But I'm still wondering about the, yes, you explained the topic of the dome and tropical garden, and I'm still wondering if did you still thought about that you are placing your this object in a very middle of dense pine forest. There are pines around. It's not cutted yet. It will be cutted, but maybe there could be a choice to incorporate this object in that existing beautiful forest, or not.
What exactly was?
I mean, not to cut trees, but somehow incorporate in the nature, which is Latvian nature, with pine forests. Did you consider it something like that, that nature around it is enough to have that serenity and peace? Or it's not enough for such an object?
It could be enough, but maybe in other facility, this could be one facility, and in the future maybe it can change to something else and be without some like botanical gardens or anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madra. This has been a very, I know this has been a very difficult, challenging project because the topic itself is overwhelming, okay? And it's a topic that we don't discuss about much, and it's probably architecturally has never been really addressed rarely, particularly in like an academic sort of situation like this. The thing that really, I would say, this issue of transcendence, yeah, and leaving one world and entering another one, and the thing that you brought up about when we are born, we are expected, and we are, there's a preparation even for that expected arrival. And then the question is, when we depart, what do we expect from our family, our relatives, our friends, and how to go from one condition to another condition? This is not an easy topic to discuss or even think about in one sense architecturally. However, I lived in Egypt for 4 years with my family, and I visited many of the pharaonic architectural temples, and I was thinking about how the pharaohs spent 10 to 20 years of their lives organizing how they are going to exit, okay? The pyramid itself is a machine about exiting. And so, to me, that's really the most closest thing I could understand as an architecture that is in one way dealing with this question. So I appreciate the topic. I think architecturally there are things here that have to be better or more resolved, and those questions already came up, so I won't readdress some of those questions, but I do appreciate the efforts to bring forward such a challenging and difficult topic, so thank you. So, I want to thank the jury. Thank you, students, because we were here because of you. We're going to need about an hour, probably maximum hour and a half. So I imagine somewhere between 5:30 and 6, we will be prepared to give you your grades. We will give the grades individually, and then we want to address the whole group afterwards. So we are going to go to our Absprechungssaal, and discuss and evaluate, and then I cannot promise the exact time, but somewhere between an hour and a half from now. So please hang in there, and we will see you soon.